Hey, yo, we won't be waiting too long here. All right. What a night. Dude. What an absolutely crazy fucking awesome time to be Kelsey Dion. Dude. All right. I was gonna take a look at kind of some of the stuff with the ENnies and everything. Also, I think a little bit more coverage on this award show is probably a really good thing, actually, for like everybody. Um, this is, and here we'll get into it. Yo, I got my coffee. How are you all doing this morning? Uh, hey, what up, Tin Can? Yeah, so like I want to talk about this thing with like the ENnies and all that. This is one of the award shows that like, all right, I'll just kind of bring this up. So for those of you who aren't like super familiar with the ENnies, what all is this thing? The ENnies, here we go, are these are basically like the quote unquote like top of the industry awards. These are given out by EN World, Morris, and that whole gang. Um, Jack shirt, yeah. Um, Hair in my mouth. So the ENnie Awards are given out by what is essentially like um, an RPG forum, an RPG blog, right? And here's the deal. These, if you get an ENnie, especially as a solo creator, it is essentially a career maker. It is a pretty huge mark in the industry. At least this is our biggest mark for right now. Current issue with the ENnies. These are not really run super well. I can give, all the big ups on them for really trying to do this. It's not really run well as a award show. They had multiple technical difficulties throughout. They have throughout the years. The presentation is overall really not fantastic. But these awards actually do mean quite a bit if you are working in the industry. But I would like to just kind of talk about this real quick because, holy hell, this was awesome and crazy and everything last night. So I'm going to turn this down a little bit. And we're not going to watch the entire award show because honestly, 90% of it's unwatchable. ENnies, if Ian World, if you guys want to talk sometime about like how you can improve this, there you have tons of YouTubers who would love to help you guys to enhance everything going on with this. But I think it's time to say that like you guys need some help. The awards show, like the audio last night, was so imbalanced. I was hearing complaints from people that were like even in the audience there that they were getting their eardrums blown out by the audio guy who just like seemed to not be able to keep things balanced between one or the other. If this guy's overworked or whatever, it's time to bring on some YouTubers who have been doing this stuff, for a while. Anyways, I'll start this off real quick. I want to just take a look. We're going to be scrolling through some of the really what I think are like key points and highlights here. Yeah, it was a little bit rough, but just so you guys know how big it is, at least it's sponsored by like Shea Peku, right? Elven Tower, Runehammer, Magpie, Hero Forge. This is a pretty big deal in the TTRPG scene, especially if you win a silver or gold. It's pretty fucking killer. As someone who has won a silver ENnie, yeah, it's pretty killer, and it does mean quite a bit. Okay, so we get into this thing. Overall, the presentation's energy is fine, right? It's been around for a long time, yeah. The presentation's energy is fine. I think overall, though, it does have a little bit of like hello fellow kids energy. I want to get so like best short adventure. Let me see here. I want to scroll through here just so you guys see how absolutely insane this is. So Eat the Reich also took quite a few ENnie awards. Very good. About the only thing it didn't take was Product of the Year, because you're about to see that one's going to go to Miss Kelsey Dion. Boy, ShadowDark taking gold in everything that it was nominated for is absolutely ridiculous. Like, and justified, by the way. The game is absolutely fantastic. This is a hard year to be anybody trying to compete in any of these categories with ShadowDark. It even took gold for best layout, which I think even Kelsey was shocked by. You'll see in Kelsey's award acceptance speech that she was a little bit like taken aback for a second. Yeah, best layout and design. I also would kind of agree that, like, here, where was this? Yeah, ShadowDark's absolutely insane. Such a blessed run.
I didn't even prepare anything because I was not expecting that. But
yeah, I didn't even prepare anything because I was not expecting that. So like, amongst everything else that was like kind of given out here, ShadowDark getting layout is a little bit like, really, you know, good on her and everything because she's worked her ass off on this book. But yeah, ShadowDark sweeping, especially in taking like best layout and design, fucking killer. So, but one of the things right here, I want to highlight is like audio issues. Any awards, please, like throw some. Talk to some of these content creators that you all have nominated for awards because we could help you fix this within like literally 2 minutes.
Monstrous cloud
And
Curio.
we can fix a lot of these problems that are about to start cropping up. Oh wait, I remember now. The audio started going down in the second portion of this. Hang on, right here.
Next up on the list is Field Guide to Action Adventure Crossover Sourcebook, Judge James Solano.
I'm gonna keep this turned down a little bit because I know there's a sudden blast of volume
So, unlike my compatriots and the other judges,
that happens.
I did zero prep for this, so bear with me, please. I've only had like.
Wait, did they delete it? No.
You remember when you were a kid and
Okay, so here they start running into issues with latency happening, right? They like, okay, this is the kind of thing that like usually a hardwired connection can help, but I understand this is not always a thing that you can absolutely help. I don't really know what's going on with the banner. It's just so plain, and this doesn't really look great. You would hope that, I don't know, maybe we could bring on somebody who like does a little bit more with motion graphics.
I'm Ben Heisler, the associate producer of RPGs at Renegade Game Studios, and one of the
Okay.
authors on this.
By the way, this is turned all the way up. I'm terrified
So thank you all very much.
to keep it turned up because I know it's about to blast.
The community, everybody here, many of whom I've looked up to for most of my professional life, so thank you for that.
I know it hits a major problem whenever they start in on the videos.
Steele, and Jenny Loveday.
So, you see how you can barely hear anything? You see how you can barely hear anything, right? Now, not being able to survive another marathon or something? Oh, what does that have to do with anything we're talking about even? Okay, let me see here. So it starts right in about here. I'm gonna keep this turned down.
Hello everyone, I'm Tom, one of the judges this year for the 2024 ENnie.
Alright.
I'm proud to say my pick for Judges Spotlight.
This judge to the ENnies. Look, y'all should have heard this audio right here. Beyond just the levels of how you all blasted everybody, right? I heard from people that were in the audience that this was fucking deafeningly loud. Yeah. So, like, ENnie awards. This audio right here is absolutely unacceptable. Like, this was screeching, hissing. You all should have been able to hear this whenever this judge submitted this audio and been like, immediately re-record that. We gotta re-record that. I know that some of these judges are like on a volunteer basis, but like there has to be critique for like, this was so fucking loud last night. Like I fucking yelled and ran to like turn this down, and it's horrible. This was bad. And then out of paranoia, I think out of not having that happen again, they like quickly adjusted the audio.
140 new and
but not before letting this play out in its fucking entirety.
to intense cosmic orders. Multiple factions and cultures abound, and there's even rules on demonic.
The plosives and the hissing happening just right. You just looked at the tweet, you didn't even watch it. Most people don't really watch this. If you're in the industry, you probably do. Most people don't really watch this because it's mostly unwatchable. This looks like a bunch of penises right here. It is mostly unwatchable, right? It is really, really rough. Now, to the judges, or to anybody at EN World that might be watching this, whoever thinks that like this might be cost prohibitive or whatever, guys, this is a $100 mic I'm talking to you through right here. Right here. Okay? This is a Rode Pod mic. Anybody in the audience would have been able to like set you guys up and help you out in recording this. Anybody that has a decent ear for audio could have caught this. ENnies, you gotta start updating, man. You can't keep doing. Look at this. This makes the whole industry look worse. Okay, whenever it's just like this Arial font down here in black on yellow on black down below, this makes our industry look bad. Okay, I'd love to be able to start taking our industry a lot more seriously, and part of that is we have to take ourselves more seriously. There's audio that happens with some of these videos where, like, okay, we have this person put in the effort, okay?
The role-playing game. This is from Imagining Games, and it runs on the Forge in the Dark system. If you're not familiar with Chew,
they put in the effort, but again, I don't know how, like, we couldn't have told some of these judges right here, hey, you know what? You got your spotlight right there, like right directly in your face. It's reflecting off your glasses. How about we reframe this? Can you not like bring the camera up a little bit to where like you're looking into it? You're front dead and center. It's not shot on a phone, right? Yeah, it's shot on a phone and it also sounds 10 times better than everyone else. Yeah. Like, also, I know that it can be rough to kind of coordinate this with everybody, but put in the work. ENnies, like, you guys could be bigger. You're the biggest award show in the TTRPG industry, and you're sitting at 385 subscribers over on YouTube. This is not a major measure of your success or your overall rep in this industry or what the hell ever. But like, you should be putting in more work into making the live stream appearance of this industry more interesting. You are one of the biggest, if not the biggest award show for this hobby. Okay, putting in the work like this is going to go to great lengths to making this hobby a lot more interesting. I would love to be able to do a stream like this where I'm talking with you all and we watch through a really cool, exciting awards show where I live stream this or do whatever. This feed got cut out, most likely due to like bandwidth issues or something like that. But these are the kinds of things that we can talk about, like, hey, you need a dedicated hotspot. You need to be hardlined in somewhere. You should secure this stuff with the hotel, with the venue, what the hell ever, that you are hardlined in. Guarantee us that we will have a 1 gigabyte upload download speed, whatever the fuck we want to say, right? Guarantee us that. Like, that we have a solid connection, you know? Yeah, who decided to use yellow text on a blue background? Yeah. It's a little rough, okay?
Last but not least, we've been very fortunate to find bright, new, talented writing.
The audio difference, right? There are people who come up here that are pouring their hearts out and are having to suffer with the shitty audio and the levels that just don't get balanced. Let me see here. Yeah, like,
Okay.
yeah, congrats to Dave Thomivore, Justin Alexander as well. Yeah, like, hang on, I think it happened here. Not an audio boom, just like, yeah.
William Bailey's Haunted Mansion, a Call of Cthulhu adventure. Tales from the Rat City.
And
All right, guys, and
It's really incredible.
Yeah, and I thought it was impressive, you know, winning the Victorian Community History Award, and here we are on the world stage. It's amazing.
And really stiff competition. Other submissions look really amazing.
yeah, to anybody that's winning these awards as well, guys, with your videos, especially whenever you're an actual play presentation like this, we should know better about audio. We should know better. Like, or look, these videos, because it's fairly consistently like, hey, we have a hard time with like guaranteeing that like we have quality audio this whole time. Tell people, hey, we would love to get your video up here on the stream. However, due to issues that we've had with keeping like the quality consistent levels or whatever, if your submission is not up to like a decent standard, you know, like, and we can address these things. We can tell people like, hey, you've got like, we can do like 2 roughs where you do your submission for a video, but if it's not corrected by the 3rd rough, we can't use your video and we have to move on, you know. Even if it's just audio, right? This is what Trek did, by the way, for us for Home Field Advantage, was it was Trek talking into a microphone with just like basically what was equivalent to a slideshow, right? But like, this leveling, this can easily be fixed. All right, let me see here. Skipping ahead. Free League took a lot of shit last night as well. Let me see here. Yeah, Alien RPG, they got one for Dragonbane. I'm gonna keep skipping ahead. Oh yeah, by the way, I know that the presenter multiple times last night was like, hey, like the crowd energy, we feel a little bit dull. And I'm like, yeah, they just got blasted with shitty audio, like out of their fucking ears, man. Yeah, yeah, you wonder more, can the ENnie do, you wonder what more can the ENnies do to get more presence / popularity, because 380 subs really ain't it, Chief. Yeah, it's the presentation. That's really it. It's the presentation. Like, we have more people, even in the industry, that would probably be respecting this higher if they just took themselves a little bit more seriously. And they don't. They just don't. It's yeah. You're surprised Break won that, actually? What, for best family game or product? Yeah, I think even the If I Were a Lich Man guys, even came up and they were like, don't play this game with your family.
Ever.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to say, on his behalf and ours, please, never play this game with your family. Ever.
Yeah, like, and I don't know for sure if it was like, hey, you know, no, we don't actually intend for it to be a family game or not. But like, I don't know. I don't know. I think that sometimes the category nominees can be a little bit questionable. Yeah, Break getting best family game, kind of questionable. I think Break even has nudity in the book, or at least like, yeah, right. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but like, doesn't Break have nudity in the book? And I would say that kind of specifically discourages you from it being a family game, right? Anybody? Bueller? Does anybody in chat know? Because I think it was either this or Fabula Ultima I'm thinking about. I am like 90% sure one of these 2 books has like titties and shit in it, right? Anybody know? Bueller? No? Okay. You can check the PDF he has somewhere. Yeah, like, like, you know, congrats on winning a gold ENnie. It's good, all that good business, but like, again, if the branding is going to go towards like best family game or product is going to go to something that is probably questionably rated on that, then yeah. By the way, this is another really big problem that for some reason the TTRPG industry gets away with, that the board game industry doesn't. TTRPG industry, please understand and please rate your games appropriately. Just because the content could be adjusted based off of what the DM would do or whatever, doesn't mean that like you shouldn't give a baseline rating for like the age. And by the way, please take that seriously. There are plenty of parents out there that would seriously appreciate knowing full well and right, like, please adhere to the regulations set by like that country's guidelines. Yeah, it's one of the things that just kind of bugs me about this industry. Best rules is going to go to ShadowDark. another thing. Boy, ShadowDark, a single woman, beating Paizo here.
I want to give a
Look at that.
big thanks to our editing team, a big thanks to our art team, and an enormous thanks to our warehouse.
I think of everything that was shown this year, this right here may be my favorite signifier for what's going to happen in the industry.
The gold ENnie for best rules goes to ShadowDark RPG.
I am really, really hopeful that more people will be embracing less simulationist heavy games. I really think that ShadowDark winning this, and ShadowDark winning all the, like basically every category it was nominated for this year, I sincerely hope this encourages more people to not only check these out, but to try and write for more graceful, rules lighter systems. Yeah, oh yeah, Kelsey fucking killed it.
Justin taught me the trick for wearing these, and I'm already ruining it. ShadowDark has good rules not because of me, but because of our community. And I have to thank them so much. Our Discord members who helped me playtest the game for years.
But by the way, this is turned all the way up.
Everybody who came out to cons to playtest with me live. Our YouTube channel who helped me design stuff on live streams. This game is good because of them. And so I will gladly accept this on their behalf. Thank you very, very much.
Okay. So, like, again, like, this award show needs help. This award show seriously needs help. The production values for the ENnie Awards are not up to snuff. They're just not. And they haven't improved. It is like this from year to year to year. Seriously, they need to just call in some of us YouTubers who are used to doing this shit to help them out with this. We could fix this. This award show could be fixed. But instead, we have times where, like, they've got their speaker system turned up and someone's audio is not set to the proper, like, decibel meter because they didn't fucking check it. They didn't fucking check it, you know? Or if they did, like, they didn't, someone didn't catch this and think, like, that's probably bad. We should adjust that. Why? Oh my god. But moving forward with this, this is wild because what you'll see after this is that everything that ShadowDark gets nominated for, it sweeps. This is a huge point to me in the TTRPG industry. What this tells me right here is that people are hungry. Yeah, look at this.
And the gold ENnie for best game goes to ShadowDark RPG, the Arcane Library.
Dude, people, this is what I'm saying. I think a lot of people really hyperfixate on what game includes, like, all the fucking rules for, like, everything I could ever want to do in a game, and, like, give me beat for beat for beat. What are my rules for breathing? What are my rules for this, and this? And, like, it says a lot to see that, like, ShadowDark, and, like, basically with Kelsey, it was like, guys, these are games. If we start trying to make entire video game simulation engines in them, we're forgetting what the purpose of it is. This is an analog adventure game. And ShadowDark is one of the first games to come along. Well, really, I mean, a lot of the OSR stuff has been doing this, but this is one of the first ones that hit mainstream. Okay? Like, ShadowDark is big now. This is a big moment, right? Playtesters for years wonder about the development cycle on ShadowDark. They indeed should hand over the production to YouTube channels. They also require a year-round presence. Yeah. They also, by the way, this is like the only thing they do with their YouTube channel. They have a couple videos that are uploaded that are like kind of talking about, you know, judges spotlights or whatever, but they're not edited well. Like, they're not. And these awards right here, I mean, we have people that are big in the industry, like Paizo, that are applying to take these, right? Wizards of the Coast applies to get ENnies. Critical Role applies to get ENnies. And yet this award show does not take itself seriously, you know? So actually, as a direct response to that, we've seen other RPG shows, like other RPG awards, try to crop up over the years, right? We've seen other RPG shows that have tried to do a bit more, right? Is it just me that feels like these awards are for a small sliver of TTRPG hardcore enthusiasts? Like, are they for super internal consumption? How many casuals even aware of the ENnies? So here's the deal. We know that this is a cottage industry, right? We know that it is a smaller industry. Just because, like, the wider D&D scene doesn't really know what the ENnies are, doesn't mean that these don't have impact, right? Like, that's, yeah. If you want to go and get a job working in the industry, this is huge right here for that. If you have an ENnie award on your resume, like your boy right here, it does say a lot. But at that same point, the fact, like, this is the deal. It doesn't take much. It doesn't take a ton of money for this to be better, for this to improve, right? Like, this could improve. This could be better. This could be run better. Because blowing people's ears out that are in the audience because you guys didn't simply check the overall decibels on the audio that you all have recorded from your judges that you have vetted for over a year, right? You guys take submissions for judges. These judges, they know that they're going to be a part of this for a year. They announced the judges for next year at the ENnies the year before. So I think one of the things that they should say to judges is like, hey, you have a year and we need to make sure that your audio is fine. We need to make sure that, like, you are ready for the ENnies next year. Because if you're not able to get us quality audio and we keep hearing, like, plosive blowouts, we keep hearing hissing or doing whatever, we've got to talk, man. Like, this has got to be, yeah. They have more time to get this ready than just the, like, kind of like, ooh, crap, run up into the ENnies beforehand. This could be more. This could be a moneymaker for EN World. This could be so much bigger and better. The fact that they aren't is, like, look, if I were one of the names that was sponsoring this thing, and I saw that, like, this is how it was being run, I would be asking what the fuck they're doing with the sponsorship money. Like, really, they should be working to improve this. They should be investing into themselves. This award now means too much to people that are in the TTRPG industry for it to look this rough, you know? Yeah, the yellow balance is just, the white balance is just absolutely fucked on this image right here. God, but it sucks because, like, to everybody who knows what this means, this is huge for Kelsey. Okay? 4 fucking gold ENnie awards. Are you kidding me? This is fucking sick. This is absolutely fucking sick. Yeah, she goes up there. Best product of the year. Four fucking ENnies this year is insane. 4 gold ENnies. I think that is an industry record. It's so insane. And yeah, like somebody else is saying, this is like nearly 25 years old. This is an established award show. And like, these are the kinds of issues that we're having with it. If it sounds like I'm being rough on the TTRPG industry all the time, it's because I want to see it get made better. And I know that this is not good. If we have audience members, people that are queuing, that are leaving the live stream because they're getting their goddamn eardrums blown out, you know, like, this should have a little bit more legacy to pull more weight than 385 subscribers over on YouTube, you know. Doesn't matter whether or not the casuals are aware of it. This could be better. I have seen YouTube accounts with 50 subs, with 10 subs, that take themselves more seriously than the ENnie awards, you know. Like, seriously, I want to see it improve, for real. Checking some things. Okay. So, yeah, I enjoy the Christmas. Yeah, you don't get anywhere with toxic positivity. Yep, exactly. So with that, I want to talk a little bit though, because ShadowDark winning this many ENnies is huge. I am going to seriously encourage people to start looking at designing for this game. Whenever you're a third-party creator, one of the hardest things to do, especially if you're just getting into it because like you found D&D 5e, right? Yeah, the ENnies are from World. Even if the state of their website is an indicator how visual aesthetics are not considered, kind of sad. Yeah, they should hire somebody on to work on that. Yo, World, shout out your boy here, all right? I'll be happy to fucking come and talk to you guys. So, like, oh yeah, here you go. I don't have the fucking funding that World does, and look, I know how to do all this shit right here with my live stream setup, right? I knew that if it was like, hey, I can keep you guys a little bit busy, and while I'm kind of doing the sleight of hand here with my stream deck here, to know that like, if I need to know the numbers behind like a roll for a fireball, and we get that visual on screen right there, look at that, that's fun. We just rolled dice, ooh, right? What if we do like, we say like hypothetically on the ENnies, we're gonna do a giveaway for like, okay, who's in chat right now? Okay. We're going to give away like 5 ShadowDark books, yada, 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 right? Say a number between like 1 to 20. Something like that. Reply with like ENnies, and then your number, all right? This is going to go to the first 5 that say this, right? Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, and... All right, to everybody that said ENnies 3, you're getting... the first 5 people that said ENnies 3, you're getting a copy of the ShadowDark TTRPG book. Right? Like, little things for engagement, whatever it would be, you know? You could have these fun ideas here. You're confused? Did you say the judges should be in charge? Wait, what? No, I didn't say that. What? No, that the judges should be able to... Okay, that the judges should know how to record their sound better. This legitimately takes a 5-second... Like, yes, this is a 5-minute tutorial, okay? Rode Pod mic right here. This is $100. All right, you can get professional sounding audio out of a Rode Pod mic. Teach them how to use it. It is a dynamic mic, which means that the closer I get to it, I'm going to have to be aware that like this is really how it wants you to they want you to eat the mic with a Rode Pod mic. It just always looks a little bit like odd whenever I have it right here in my fucking face, you know? But yeah. Difference between Rode mics and then say like we don't need the cardioid mic. We don't want you like 5 feet away. We really want the nice, clear, crisp sound of a dynamic microphone, right? So get you right up on it. You probably needs a preamp, right? That's about another $100. So like $200, and you got professional sounding audio, right? This camera that I'm looking at right here, this is a Logitech Brio. This right here, this is an $80 webcam, right? I can also, hang on, I want to do something real quick. I just realized my auto white balance is turned on. Here we go. Let's take that off. Because I just saw it fluctuating. Whoa! Okay. See, look at that. I fixed that live, and we get right back to it, right? Bingo bango! Oh, dang it. And then that reloads the restream chat, but that's fine. I can still see you all. You guys, I'm not at Gen Con this year. Yeah, what up, Glicker? No, nope. I was not able to make it happen. Unfortunate. I'm so pink and purple now? I was for a second. No, that's just normal flesh tones. I think I might be a little bit red. It is kind of hot in here. But yeah. Yeah, it would be really, really easy to fix this, to fix up this presentation. And if they were to do that, a lot of people who stopped watching the ENnie Awards over time would probably come back and check it out. You know, because they're like, oh yeah, the award show looks better. The audio isn't going to blow out my goddamn eardrums, right? Is Watsy trying to shut me down? What? What are you talking about? What? No, we're good. We're good. What are you? No, we're good. We're sitting here eating, drinking coffee, all that good shit, right? Yeah. So what I'm going to recommend is that people start looking at the There's no nudity, but I don't think I'd let a 12-year-old look through it. The rating is 12 plus. You don't think you'd let a 12-year-old look through it? I'd be interested to know why. Because I think some of the artwork kind of verges on nudity, if I remember right. But yeah. I don't really think that that's like a family game. You know, if I think family game, I'm thinking like I could play this with like 8-year-olds, whatever. Yeah, the TTRPG industry needs to have a better grasp on like the age rating system. As I've been getting into my next video on Curse of Strahd, this is one of my biggest fucking complaints, by the way. TTRPGs do not pay any goddamn attention to their age rating. The only ones that do, actually, the only ones that do and do it really well are the ones that realize that they're going to push that age boundary. Because too many people dismiss the idea that like TTRPGs can just like adjust their content for whatever audience. And that's not acceptable. More risque artwork than you'd be fun letting a younger cousin or something look through. Gotcha. Yeah, so ShadowDark. Got my deluxe copy right here. Oh, because it's like leather bound, nice indented little tome right here. Ooh, feels so nice. Yes. ShadowDark. This book right here. People are going to be playing this one. Okay, it's going to hit retail shelves. I'm going to take a wild guess here. There is no way that Kelsey hasn't been approached at this point about retail distribution. Because I have already been approached about Vagabond on retail distribution. I know how easy it is to get it into the hands of retailers, especially whenever you have something that is this goddamn in demand. Right? TTRPGs have classically been edgy. What? So what? Like, it's different now. It's, who cares? Like, it's different, you know? Just because, like, the tradition of it, or, like, the history was, like, yeah, these were always, like, pushing that. It's different, because it's got mainstream appeal. And whenever the mainstream picks up on a thing, you have to go legit, or else, like, the mainstream's gonna drop you. Okay? You gotta go clean. You gotta just accept that, like, hey, we gotta buy fucking SKUs, right? We have to register our product in order to get it on bookshelves, right? And this, like, whole energy of, like, we're the counterculture and yada, yada, yada. It's like, that could be fine, but if you're complaining that the counterculture isn't making you enough money and, like, you want to go mainstream, you know, yeah, it's treating yourself seriously. There are plenty of people that do treat themselves seriously in this industry. And, like, I think it's time, like, the TTRPG industry starts doing this. Paying more attention to age ratings, right? Doing the things to kind of formalize themselves, to take themselves more seriously. Really easy to split and section off the edgy stuff into its own part of a website or something, too, if you really have to. Yeah, like, that was one of the things that I was saying about, like, the DMs Guild. I don't get why the DMs Guild felt this, like, all or nothing mentality about, like, well, you know, if it has nipples in any of the artwork, it can't be on the DMs Guild. If it has adult content of any kind, it can't be on the DMs Guild. I was like, why not make an adult tag? You know, I'm not saying get rid of that stuff. Like, why not make an adult tag? Where, like, people can filter it and set their own discretion. You know, it's like, and this is another thing. Like, this is all TTRPGs. TTRPG creators and designers that are like, hey, we have to be conscious of, like, these content warnings or whatever. Like, look, set your content warnings so that people know about the discretion levels that they need to set for their tables, you know? Like, yeah, we already do this with most mediums. Yeah, the TTRPG industry just needs to catch the fuck up. And a lot of this can be because the TTRPG industry is small. Because it is smaller, you get people that maybe don't really think or whatever, that, like, they need to do this. They really should. They really should be looking into this. Maybe we should have some kind of a, like, video that is talking about, like, you know, how to take yourself a bit more seriously, what you should do to standardize some practices around TTRPG content creation. And, like, man, there comes a point where, like, if you feel like you're the counterculture and, like, oh yeah, we're doing TTRPGs to be, like, edgy and push boundaries or whatever, it's like, I guess, but then you can't really bitch about the people getting success that did go with standardizing it and, like, understanding that it's not for, like, these experiences might not be for everybody. Like, yeah. You realize this all off the top of your head, but taking yourself seriously does not necessarily imply becoming mainstream. Oh, I didn't say it does. No, I didn't say that either. What's Break RPG about? It's like a JRPG, TTRPG. Mostly inspired by, like, JRPG, you know, video games and stuff. Hang on. It's big enough to where professionals should treat their products with standards. Yes, I also will say that, like, a part of the reason why some publishers will back away, and I mean publishers that aren't, okay, so publishers that aren't, like, Wizards of the Coast, or, like, Free League, or something like that, right? Hey, how's it going, Axiom? The reason why, like, mainstream publishers, like Penguin Classics, whatever you want to say, the reason why a lot of these, like, barely ever tap their toes into the TTRPG industry, a lot of times it's because this industry is so poorly regulated, and they don't even know what the hell to do about, like, age ratings or whatever on these books. They don't know about the content that they're looking into, because TTRPGs do a really goddamn horrible job of explaining what the hell is going on. They do a terrible job at pitching themselves, right? There's a book I'm actually reading right now. It's at, actually Baron DeRop recommended this for me. It's called the what is it? Win Without Pitching Manifesto. And one of the things I really like about this book is, what it's trying to do is reinforce to creatives, how is it that you can get funding or convince people to, like, back your thing without needing to give your thing away, right? This is a really unfortunate concession that we make in the TTRPG industry. Yeah, sounds very barren, yeah. This is a really unfortunate thing that we have happen in the TTRPG industry, where we have creatives who make incredible content that feel a need to give everything that they make away because nobody will buy it. And so they're resigning themselves to starving for their entire lives. There is a creator named Chris Gonnerman who made Basic Fantasy Roleplay, who has basically been giving away the game into Creative Commons for free for decades. And this is such a, like, notoriously generous thing that he gets taken advantage of for it. Not only do people, like, just take this and, like, not really get him any cash for it, people have been taking this and trying to present his ideas as their own for cash, right? There is a point where, like, you as a creative are generous to the point of hurting yourself, and generous to the point of, like, somebody straight up just taking it like that and him not having any legal defense. I get people asking quite often why I don't put Vagabond into Creative Commons. It's for situations like that right there, right? I need to be able to have some control over the game, because if I don't, you wind up getting people who will try to swindle people out of, like, an otherwise cheap or, like, free experience, right? There's a way in which pricing and holding on to your license actually helps make the game more accessible, and it's for situations like this. I've also heard of other situations where, because people wanted to keep things up, open, and free, that people were trying to take their fucking trademark away from them, and were trying to say that they were somehow formally more associated with that brand, or had ownership of that brand in conjunction with the creator themselves. If you do this, this is absolutely psychotic behavior, okay? But we know that this happens, all right? We absolutely know this happens. I have heard stories, even within the last year, about some people trying to claim ownership of very successful games, or at least somewhat. It's also not my story to tell here. It's a fucking grift. It is a fucking grift. I have seen creatives who have put themselves in danger of legal issues and losing their creativity because some motherfuckers are trying to take advantage of the grift of, like, open licenses, non-restrictive licenses, or doing whatever, right? Yeah. In Basic Fantasy, yeah, that's what we were just talking about. Yeah, it goes beyond Basic Fantasy roleplay though. I can't actually say anything about this other one. I know of another situation in which there is a very, very significant and successful Kickstarter that also tried to make a claim of ownership over over another individual's game. That tried to say that they were more involved with the company that made the game, or that they had some sense of ownership over the game. I've heard about this. I think it's still getting fought out. Once it's no longer fought out, I am very happy to talk about it a bit more open. But yes, I'm aware of another situation in which a creator is fighting to even keep their trademark, because if they don't do this fight, they could potentially lose the legacy that they've been building up. It's fucking insane. Yeah. So we have grifters that will try to come in and wait, someone copied our sign language alphabet sheets to sell it at a con without asking us. Unbelievable. Dude, it happens so... Oh, yeah, what's up? What's up, hatchlings? Yeah, like, whatever happened with the orc license? Look, so a lot of people were hopping onto the orc license. Okay, Paizo makes this thing, and... I'm just gonna let you guys know real quick. I asked a lawyer. I asked specifically a licensing lawyer, a copyright attorney, and a contract attorney what I should do about the orc license, and whether or not I should use the orc license with Vagabond. All of them told me, if you don't have to, don't. Unless you have to, don't use it. And I was like, why? What's going on with that? Well, you're releasing a lot of the rights that you have to your game over to a license that you don't actually have control of. What do you need a license to do? And I told them, essentially, I want to release a responsibility. I want to just say that, like, hey, you can make whatever the fuck it is you want to make for this game. You keep 100% of the royalties. The only thing I ask is that you don't use my fucking branding in it. Here's the runs on Vagabond thing, right? And all I ask is, like, I give you the guidelines here. Guys, don't be dicks about the content that you're making. You know, things like that. And all of the lawyers were telling me, straight up, you don't need the orc. If you're talking about something that, like, maybe... I don't know. Maybe there's more of an appeal to it with, like, corporations that have a lot more, like, in the game or something like that. The orc license is a dumpster fire. Rule of Law has analyzed it extensively and highlighted many problems with it. There's a couple things involved where, like, I mean, guys, it should really be saying a lot that Paizo's not even using it. Okay? Like, yeah. And look, if you're, like, trying to hype it up and everything, don't hype up a license. Okay, what are we doing with that? What? Are they not? No, as far as I'm aware, Paizo's not actually using the orc. No, they've been using their own license. Like, I know that they developed the orc, but, like, they also appear to be not allowing it for their products. But why was it hyped? That's the thing, guys, it was a fucking license. Why was it hyped? That's the thing, is, like, why were people hyping a fucking legal document? You know, like, yeah. Oh, hey! Yeah, what's going on, Valkyrie? Paizo not using the orc is rather telling. Yeah. So far, I think I've seen that, like, DC-20 was going to use it, and I think I saw that, like, maybe Tales of the Valiant? Right? Maybe? But it's like, there's not really yeah. Creative Commons 4.0 already does what the orc needed to do. Maybe. But yeah, it was really weird because, like, this was also at a time where, like, I could tell there was just, like, absolutely batshit insanity happening in this scene. Because, like, I was getting pressured to put Vagabond under the orc before this thing was even drafted. And I was like, what do you know about it? Why would I use it? And they were like, it's just good. And I'm like, how fucking stupid are you? Telling me as a creator to put, like, the work I've been dedicating into the orc, or else you're mad at me? like I owe you some kind of ethical obligation or some shit. You don't even know what the fuck it does. Oh no, it's just an orc. It's really good. It's really, dude. We really have to teach people how to like. We have to teach people more constructive discrimination about like what they get behind. I don't even think it was Pathfinder Zealots. Actually, here, this looks dusty. I'm gonna clean that off real quick. I don't think that this was Pathfinder Zealots. I think it was people that like wanted to feel that sense of camaraderie and community around the OGL like snafu, and just kind of blindly got on board, thinking that like anything that was a dig at whatever WotC was putting out had to be good, right? Thinking that like no matter what, as long as it was like not the OGL, as long as it was something that they could like, you know, raise a sword against, right? Then like, yeah, this had to be better for us. This was a good move. Oh yeah, huge congrats to Kelsey and everything. Yeah. Yeah, and a part of this is going to be me kind of talking a bit about making some stuff for ShadowDark. Since I've made a class for it in the past, I might actually bring my dancer over. That might be a thing I just do. Yeah, I might do like a book for ShadowDark stuff, because that won't take super long either. It's really easy to brew for, guys. Like, it's really easy to make content for. Is it all dungeon crawling or wilderness too? It's both. Yeah, it's but that's the deal, is its primary focus. It is the dungeon crawl experience of basic expert, right? It is doing everything that you would want something like 5e to do, but it focuses on the practical tools that we know come into play for a TTRPG, right? It also fixes the issue of not getting anything as you level up with some of these systems. You might feel that like, well, okay, so one of the bad feels I think that happens with some of these systems that are BX derivatives is that you don't really feel like your class does much of anything for you after you take it, and you just keep getting levels. But ShadowDark is really clean at the way it handles leveling up. As you are advancing, you're actually rolling on tables. Here we go. Yeah, you're not getting a whole shitload of features right here. You're getting these talents, right? So whenever you level up, you could always just house rule it too, that like you just gain one at random, or sorry, that you gain one of your choice, but like this is the expectation right here. Make one random magic item of a type that you choose right there in the wizard talents. Cool. As you level up, you might just get a magic item. Sick. +2 to intelligence stat or +1 wizard spellcasting checks. Cool. There's just a flat change to your spellcasting, your stat or whatever, right? Gain advantage on casting one spell, you know. That's just generalized. That you gain advantage on that spell. It's, guys, it doesn't need to be this crazy deep balancing act all the time about whether or not these numbers make sense, crunch out, do whatever. It doesn't have to be. This is just intuitive. Like, we have gone so far down deep into the rabbit hole of these games trying to be heavy simulationist games where like we need rules for absolutely everything. This is an approach in trying to cleanse your fucking mind. How hard is it to learn? If you already know how to play 5e, congratulations, you already know how to play ShadowDark. This actually removes a lot of the rules bloat. Some of the things to keep in mind, the damage structure here is different, but it's closer to basic expert. So one of the things that you're going to do is like in D&D, you're probably used to doing something like this. I rolled a hit. I rolled a hit. I roll to hit. That's not what I was trying to get it to do. Where's my dice roller? Oh, why are you all the way down there? Here, move up here. Center on screen. There we go. Okay. I rolled a hit. I have a +3 to this check. Oh, okay. 13. What's its armor class? Oh, 13. Cool. I hit it. All right. I deal, what is it? My sword deals a d8 of damage. All right, sweet. It takes 2 damage. Notice a couple things that happen right there, right? This was the only damage that was added, right? We didn't add a modifier there, right? Clean. Clean. The damage structure is not as overblown as what you're getting in 5e. This is another thing that I tell people, like, with any of these kinds of BX derivative games, if I roll a damage die, That's telling me how much damage I do. I don't have to look for another modifier to add that in. There are moments where it just shaves off, clean, shaves off math that isn't necessary to the game. It's intuitive. It's fantastic, right? My only gripe is that, like, ShadowDark is still using individual initiative, which is fine, but for me, I prefer group initiative. There's a lot of really fantastic stuff going on with ShadowDark. Eliminates a ton of the math that slows everything down. Yep. Have I checked out Fabula Ultima? I know enough about it to where I know the core resolution mechanics and everything, but no, I don't actually own it or anything. If someone wants to pick me up a copy, I'd be happy to take a look. But yeah, it's amongst everything else that I'm currently working on, that is like way super back burner. It sounds like it was basically like Kids on Bikes in a way, and I'm like, okay, well, like multiple dice system, that sounds cute, but yeah. The question: what do I feel the near future of TTRPGs? What will be most often emulated is Back to Basics Rules Light, or Crunch is better like Stormlight? Okay, interesting question. So I feel like we're gonna go in some different routes here, and I don't necessarily think that you have to always follow what is the popular thing, okay, or like what is whatever. We're just so used to having something that is at the top of the industry. That like I think we tend to think that like we have these this edition tribalism, or like edition wars are constantly happening or something. Okay, so what do I think is going to be the future of? Well, let me write this out. Here, let me pull that back up. Where was this? That was a good question. Yeah, you always hated that I don't have to learn X when there's so many games that just don't care about things like swimming speed or light radius. Yep. Where was that? Oh, here we go. Question: what do you feel? Here we go. Alright, so here's going to be, like, this is my mind map, I guess, for what I think TTRPGs will be like for in the near future, okay? I think we're about to hit a weird state here, okay? There we go. I think we're about to hit a really weird state here. Sir, sure. I can't help but feel like the buying audience is experiencing extreme crowdfunding fatigue. Despite the fact that people keep throwing money at a bunch of stuff, I keep hearing constantly that people are really, really tired. There we go. Really, really tired of like funding things for TTRPGs and like never seeing them happen, right? Or like it gets kicked down the line so far, or whatever. If you guys remember this, the Heckna TTRPG thing for 5e was crowdfunded in like what, 2019, 2018, maybe. I remember that was getting advertised on YouTube channels for D&D that are now dead channels. And have been dead for like 2 or 3 years. Heckna just released. It just came out this year. So that development cycle was long. Okay. Mothership. Mothership was like one of the first really, really major TTRPG Kickstarters. That thing funded, and it took them 4 years to fulfill. Right? Now, there were complications because of COVID and so many other things. So many other things. Heckna. It's the clown TTRPG thing. Clown TTRPG 5e thing from Hit Point Press. Took quite a fucking long time to fulfill. So I can't help but feel like the buying audience is experiencing extreme crowdfunding fatigue. That being said, here are some immediate predictions for I guess for the next 5 years of TTRPG. D&D will fall out of favor. at least D&D 2024. I do not believe it has the third-party interest in development to sustain itself in a market that already provides, that is already sold on 5e. Okay. I'm going to say that within the next 5 years, this will fall out of favor. I do not see this edition doing well. Many different reasons I've talked about here on the channel. I've talked about with other creators. I'm not going to go into length on it here because I've done multiple different... Yeah. So... Yeah, going to be a bit of a lead balloon for... Well, when critical reviews start dropping is going to be the thing. So I think that D&D 2024 will fall out of favor. Again, I've talked with other third-party creators. I haven't talked to anybody, honestly. I'm going to let you know this right now. I talked to a lot of homebrewers. I talked to a lot of designers. I don't know of anybody that I can name right now that is immediately interested in writing anything for this. I literally, like, I hadn't talked to Kibbles in months, and then whenever he popped in on stream, that's whenever I found out that he had dropped that whole thread doing his review after having looked at the new edition, right? Are you right that WotC owns the rights to material on the DM's Guild? WotC has the ability to, if they would like to, put some stuff from the DM's Guild into their books without question, right? If they were to pull something off the DM's Guild and do that, so they wouldn't do that for a couple reasons. Number one being that would be an optics nightmare for them. To do that without at least talking to the creator, it's fucking wild, right? Just Embargo reviews D&D Shorts as being very objective in his review, in my opinion. Wait, just Embargo reviews? I'm not sure how the review embargo would be making people impartial. So D&D 2024 will fall out of favor. I don't believe that it has the third-party interest in development to sustain itself in a market that is already sold on 5e. I also have not been informed of anyone interested in updating their work for D&D 2024. I have briefly talked about this with Benjamin Huffman, and I think Benjamin may be doing that, but I think the problem that Benjamin is running into is that he's not really happy that WotC considers this to, like, okay, so here's the problem, right? Let's say hypothetically, or okay, I'll just give you my situation, right? If I wanted to make a merchant class akin to my 5e merchant for D&D 2024, right? This would require porting. By the way, I don't really give a fuck what WotC says. If I have to do this class update like this, there are spells that now affect this class differently. They have updated things that function mechanically differently. This class specializes in an action called the use action that just got a rename. There is different terminology, which means that this class right here is not compatible, right? You could use the merchant that I wrote back then for it. All right. If I wanted to make a version of it that was compatible with this right here, I have to make some changes, okay? Because of that, oh, I also know one of the biggest changes that's going to impact this right here is that they now have feats that are impacting selling and crafting prices that now I'm going to have to go in and revamp this thing because of what they included in their new core rulebooks. I don't really give a fuck what they keep saying about this being the same 5e or what the hell ever. It's not. That's indefensible. I'm sure they have better legal power than like what, I don't know, a third-party creator could come up with. I don't think it's defensible in court. I think if they were to do that and, like, I don't know, fucking cease and desist some small creator, number one, they're gonna fuck up their image by doing that. Number two, I don't think it's defensible. I just don't. Like, they can't say that this new thing is D&D 5e. They're saying that because they've been told to say that. I don't think that it holds up in court, okay? I just don't. I'm not a lawyer, okay? So don't think this is legal advice. But, in my perspective as a creator, I'm just letting you know how I feel, right? Yeah. So, if I wanted to make a merchant class akin to my 5e merchant for D&D 2024, according to Watsy's perspective, that is not a substantially different enough product to call it my to not be in violation of the Dungeon Masters Guild's community content agreement. Okay, so why is this bad? Or I guess, what is the community content agreement? Or how does this violate it? However you want to say, right? The CCA. Here, I'm just going to do this. The CCA has a clause that states product exclusivity is extended as a right to the Dungeon Masters Guild, and that Wizards of the Coast could potentially use your creation in one of their books without question. Okay? Now, have they ever exercised this clause right here? Not that I believe. Not that I'm aware of. I think that more often than not, this is here in order to say, like, if there's some parallel design that happens, we don't want to start some shit or ever have that, like, on our heads, where people are starting to claim that, like, we did XYZ thing, right? I tell you what Wizards of the Coast could do right now. I don't currently believe that Wizards of the Coast design team is really well equipped to handle this new edition. One of the best things that they could be doing that would be really cool and interesting, and like some people might feel like, hey, this sounds really negative. Hey, Taron, this sounds like shit talky. Hey, Taron, no, stop. I want to see this. I want to see this industry get better. I want to see the industry leader get better. Okay, and the industry leader, I don't think has the people on board that really could handle a full system design. Or at least they didn't do it well for this, okay? If the intention was to make this system as clunky as possible, congrats, that's what they did, okay? So, like, the best thing that they could have done is just keep coasting on 5e's success. Ultimately, that was the best move for them to have done. I don't understand why they updated it other than they wanted to sell more cool rulebooks. I don't get it. There were things that needed addressing. They didn't address the things that needed addressing. Yeah. If R5E does fall out of favor, what do you think third-party publishers / creators could do? Will go to make money, stick with 5e, or move? If they move, what game systems do you think they can keep third-party profit? Okay, so good question. I actually don't think 5e. Here we go. 5e will remain relevant for decades to come. Period. This is a truism right here. 5e is now an institution. This is a game that is not going anywhere. Like, it's just it has gotten too popular. I think that a lot of creators were probably all trying to write for the same pool of content. You know, it was really easy for everybody to keep writing into this pool right here. 5e is a addition. We all knew that, like, as we kept making content for this pool of stuff that you could do with 5e kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger, which meant that more people were coming into this like pool and looking around for stuff. As soon as like one creator, like let's say Mage Hand Press, if I see a Mage Hand Press thing and I'm like, ooh, this is really cool. What other third-party creators are out there? What do they all do? That is exactly what the fuck happens, right? The moment that people start looking beyond WotC's product line in order to fulfill this niche right here, that's what they're doing, okay? For other creators that are looking at just like making stuff, I would say this. Third-party creators, there are companies that got built up around what it is that you make, right? Some of these companies might falter, but it is time for people that built up a nest egg around their 5e content to turn that nest egg into something that they can start drawing like annuity off of, right? Like if you have some money that you built up from a Kickstarter, you should be reducing down your operations to where you can operate on just the annuity that you accrue from the savings. My recommendation, and I'm not a financial expert or anything like that, right? But I would say that if you have built up a nest egg, or any meaningful savings that could draw operation costs from the annuity alone, do that and start downsizing operations. Okay? So many third-party creators started blowing the fuck up with 5e stuff to the point where they could drop lots of money that they could just piss on. We're not at that point anymore. That industry is fucking gone. All right. By the way, I still get people that are pissed off at me because they feel like I am the one who did that. I am not the one who did that. Wizards of the Coast is the one who did that, right? So, if you want to, you want to hear a lot of bullshit about like why people don't want to talk to Taron in this industry. It's because they feel like I ruined their companies. That they had an opportunity to work with WotC on maybe forging a better OGL or something, and I'm the guy who got loud about this and fucked them over. Yeah, there's plenty of people that I'm like, well, if that's your takeaway from all that, all I can say is like, fuck off later. Yeah, I'm the messenger, so I get shot. Yeah. That's what happened. Yeah, so if they're blaming me for that, I don't know. All I can say is like, get some perspective, loser. Like, fucking seriously. Like, okay, if you have built up a nest egg or any meaningful savings that could draw operation costs from the annuity alone, I would recommend that you start doing that and start downsizing your operations. If you had some major dream that like you were going to build up a company around the 5e architecture and just continue making content for like that system, I don't know why you set that as your foundation whenever the TTRPG industry changes editions every 5 fucking years, right? We were sitting on a pretty stable thing with 5e for a long time. Caused us to stagnate, okay? What happened was there's a lot of creators who started building companies around the idea that we can just keep shitting out 5e Kickstarters and making millions in operations for us for like a year or two, right? And like there's companies that did really well off of that. But I don't think that industry is either still around or will still be in the same form that it was in come 2021, 2022. Like mid 2022, these kinds of Kickstarters where like people were just making millions off of like, hey, here's like, I don't know, fishing rules for 5e. Like, and people are just like, money, throw money at it. Like, that stupid, uncritical type of money spending is something I have such a huge problem with. I really do. Like, telling people, like, just throw money at this thing because it's a 5e thing is like, that was a cheat code to making money, right? It feels like the speculator boom of comic books, it wasn't ever sustainable. Yeah. No. This 5e and the crowdfunding ethos around 5e was not sustainable. This bubble was always going to burst. And the burst had to happen with the OGL situation. That wasn't Taron that caused that. That was Wizards of the Coast that caused that motherfucking shit, all right? That could not have sustained itself. So, that has popped. And in that situation, what I would say is, again, if you're a company that had intentions of, like, D&D 2024 is going to be... Look, as someone that does a lot of systems analysis, I don't see this as a strong system to be building around to be building a brand or a company around, okay? I see plenty of other systems out there where people will probably have some measure of success, right? Yeah. A quirky adventure where everyone's a goblin Kickstarter goal, $150,000. Yeah. Yep. People got really dumb with their money around 5e. We are hitting a recession, right? It's hard out here for everybody, okay? Everybody's lower on cash. I don't think that many people have much money to spend on luxuries, and entertainment is one of the first luxuries that will go down, right? Whenever people are going to start looking at cutting money, they're not going to look at cutting their food. They're not going to be looking at cutting, like, their basic necessities, okay? If somebody is cutting in on, like, their water bill in order to buy tabletop RPG material, I would tell that person, stop. Stop doing that. You need to worry about you, okay? You need to worry about your basic necessities, all right? Buy some fucking soap, buy some shampoo, buy some regular food, right? Buy normal food. Don't keep ordering on DoorDash. Take care of yourself. Get ahead of your finances and start trying to figure out what you can do to better yourself there, okay? Because TTRPGs are an escape. And if you keep chasing dopamine rushes like TTRPGs, thinking that this is the thing that you don't have to think about your real life problems with, that is never going to solve the problems that you have, okay? Do not. I'm saying this because I hear horror story after horror story constantly from people who talk about why they're in bad financial situations because of things like TTRPGs. Stop it! Stop doing that. The FOMO, yes. Yeah, I wonder how much 5e Kickstarter content is predicated on this will finally make 5e work for you. How is Nimble doing? Because, like, that's its whole shtick. Nimble 5e. How is that Nimble Kickstarter doing? I'm like... Let's see, is this the one that's still going? Yeah. Nimble. $137,000, right? So I actually think that this is about what I thought it would get. That's not quite the insanity that I was thinking, based off of knowing what they were going to spend on marketing and everything. I actually think that this is an even bigger sign of crowdfunding fatigue. Yeah, I think that this is actually a pretty big sign of that. $137,840 for what all they were trying to develop that out into is not great. I think that people might be experiencing some system fatigue, but yeah, it's a bad time to be releasing Nimble. To be fair, possibly like what they're doing is they're essentially trying to make 5e with a different action economy, and that action economy is just DC20's action economy, which is also just Pathfinder's action economy plus a point, you know? Oh, whoa, did Taron just drop a spicy hot drama take? No, god damn it, I hope we can just realize when things are what they are, alright? Call a spade, motherfucker, alright? So, players needed a new game? Maybe, but, like, there's other games out there, you know? If it was just a promise of, like, you know, Nimble 5e is like a different game, but it's just 5e, then like, what the fuck are we doing, right? Would I say that under the current market, would I say that under the current market, us TTRPG devs should rely on alternative product structures? Woo! So interesting. Hang on, I'm gonna write that one down. Let me see here. No, I don't think you can blame it on DC-20 being the reason why. No, that's not the case. These products dropped on completely different paychecks. That's not the case. DC-20 had a lot of marketing put behind it. It also had a YouTuber at the face of it. Sorry, TTRPG devs and everything, but you're living in the YouTuber's world, all right? Those aren't my words. Those are, what was it, Sly Flourishes? Ooh, I'm going to write that down. So, like, a lot of what's happening right now is marketing power, okay? Marketing power is the thing that is driving up hype, and hype is how hype is how FOMO gets people motivated, and FOMO is what gets people over to back Kickstarters, okay? This is a thing I'm exhausted with Kickstarter culture, is like, oh, okay, well, what's this project that you're doing? Oh, well, it's this game. Oh, all right. And like this lineup of minis. Oh, shit. And like this virtual tabletop. And like, oh, shit. And like, look at this. Oh, fuck your mother. Like, that's TTRPG crowdfunding. You know? It's like, whatever happened to like, y'all are just trying to make a fucking book. And you're trying to raise 10 grand to get this book published. That's humble. All right? What happened to all this, like, you know, like, let's blow out everything to be this crazy awesome, like, hype thing. It's all it is insane hyper marketing. You know, you honestly thought Daggerheart would have more hype to it than it seems to. Here's the deal: the system is still in development. You know, I really praise Critical Role for not being as batshit crazy on the marketing. They have the money to do the things that they want to do, and so they're doing it, right? I actually really praise their integrity for that. I really, honestly, of all the publishers out there, even though I might never play their fucking game, I still respect the fuck out of Darrington Press. I still respect the fuck out of them for multiple different reasons. It's like, yeah, like, I mean, I just recently mentioned, you know, the fact that I tore apart Candela Obscura, and they were like, we actually really valued your input enough that we're gonna send you. Yeah. Oh, happy Saturday, Fables. Hey, thank you. Yeah, you're really glad Critical Role never kickstarted Candela or Daggerheart. Yep. Darrington could have been so much worse. 100%. You know what they did? They actually used crowdfunding for what the fuck it's supposed to be used for. Okay? Critical Role crowdfunded a thing. It did really well, and they realized we have enough money right here to where, like, we don't need to do any of this other shit. We overfunded for a project that, like, we just honestly did not need this much money for. They funded the Amazon series, and it hit a point where, like, they didn't have to keep fulfilling anything. It was just, we're making a project. Boom, that's it. That's what we hit. That's what we need. Anything else that goes over the top on this is, like, money in their pocket, right? So, because of the way that was structured, they set up to where, like, Critical Role is a fucking company, right? $11 million. If you guys want to know what that does for you, that is the entire revenue generated by Free League. That is the entire revenue generated by Free League. Free League, just about, actually, sorry. I think Free League as of this year has made $12.5 million. Whenever I'm telling you Critical Role is fucking massive, like, this is... Yeah. So, there is an industry leader in Free League, and an industry leader that has only made $12.5 million in the entire time that they've been operating, right? So Free League is... Free League has the resources to make all these TTRPGs of the kind of quality that they make them to. And they still rely on crowdfunding, right? But they've been doing this for a long time. Critical Role got all that at one time, right? Yeah, they're a media company, not an RPG company. Yeah. So Critical Role got that as a big slam dunk. Boom. This is what we have. they're able to take those funds and put them into projects. They're using crowdfunding funds for what the fuck they were supposed to be used for, right? Like, I might never watch an episode of Critical Role. Their company might just not be for me. Like, sorry, not the company. The production, whatever. Their stuff might not just be for me. But I still respect the fuck out of them for the way that they run their company. Okay? Like, the fact that they have not done a crowdfunder after that means that they're aware of the issues going on around crowdfunding. Okay? They realize they're a bigger business. We don't need to keep crowdfunding every fucking thing we do. Not like Matt Mercer needs a new pair of shoes. That's not the way that they operate, right? Got funded for a season. Yeah, but they turn that into something, right? They use that to generate overhead to go off, you know? Yeah, that's what it should be for. Is your crowdfunding should be the way that you get started, not the way that you generate revenue, right? This is the overhead you use to make your project, not we need to run this next Kickstarter next year to generate revenue to pay our employees. That's not the way this shit's supposed to work, mi amigos. You know, this is what leads to so many horror stories we have in the TTRPG scene of like, well, I was under contract with these guys and they're not able to pay it out because the crowdfunder didn't whatever. Yeah, that's the problem. We have too many fucking dorks that keeps thinking that like, oh yeah, this will raise money if I just put it up on Kickstarter. Not realizing all the logistics that go into it. Not thinking about the fucking overhead. We have so much drama that erupts in this fucking scene because some fucking dork starts thinking that they've got the power. They start seeing these Kickstarters go off the chain in this scene and thinking that, oh yeah, I could do that as well. Let me get a team of like 20 people with like editors and illustrators, and I'll promise them 15% of what's made from this Kickstarter right here. What do you mean international shipping? What do you mean? This is the problem. The barrier for entry is so much lower in these. And like 5e Kickstarters just pop off for like no fucking reason. Right? You never make promises. Yeah. Like it's absolutely turned into this industry built off fake promises. Built off of false pretenses where everybody is encouraged to overhype projects and like everybody winds up getting underpaid. Yeah, Kickstarter is a Kickstarter, not a business model. Stop talking nonsense there. Yeah, you know, this is the problem. We have companies that are operating Kickstarters as if that is the only way that they generate revenue, instead of using the revenue generated from the Kickstarter to fund the projects they want to make. Right? Like, it's baffling. At least what I will say, actually, I was saying on Free League how I've had a problem with the way that they've done this. Actually, they do this, it seems like whenever they're kicking off a new brand for them, right? You gladly kickstarted DC20 because it was clear Alan was never getting it done without it? Without the Kickstarter? No, I mean, Kickstarter is just a pre-ordering storefront on the timer. What do you mean? Yeah, right? Like, this is the way that people have been made to feel about crowdfunding. And I'm going to get to that question. Yeah. This is the way that people have been made to feel about kickstarting. Is that your Kickstarter is a way for you to pre-order a thing. Because this is the thing that they have been reinforced, like, subconsciously. And, like, I'm just being real. Like, that may be the thing that people are saying that's what it's for these days. And they're like, yeah, I'm happy with it under that operation. I think that's a fucking problem. You know, I think that that's an issue. Let's not even talk about how Catalyst Game Labs does every release for Battletech as a Kickstarter. Yeah, it's just insane. Yeah, so I would recommend, at least in this architecture right here, right? Let's pull it back to here. Future TTRPGs will be the most what will be most often emulated is Back to Basics Rules Light or Crunch's Better like Stormlight. I don't actually think that Stormlight is going to go into Crunch's Better ethos. I actually think, knowing what I know now, Stormlight is probably going to be about a mid crunch system. Like, I would say that D&D is like mid high. I think that Stormlight is most likely going to be a mid-high crunch system. Stormlight appears to be built off of the Shadow of the Demon Lords engine, where everyone's got their fast and their slow turns. And I could just like hit up Ross at some point and see if I can't like talk with him, or like Anthony Joyce Riviera or Johnny or someone like that. But yeah. You think it's all right overall, but just that the label needs to change. I'm not super sure. Oh, you mean crowdfunding or like that method? Yeah. Yeah, because it's not crowdfunding anymore. It is pre-orders by another name. Yeah. You never heard Stormlight or Basic? Stormlight RPGs. Wait, has it launched yet? They haven't started that Kickstarter yet, have they? Stormlight. Hang on. This is gonna fucking break the industry in half, man. Holy shit, they're so close to 30,000 followers. Yeah, this is gonna be the thing that absolutely fucking shatters records in this industry. If you're not familiar with this, a few days away, August 6th. Okay. So this is gonna go absolutely fucking buck wild. Guys, this right here, I just want to let you all know, like, as a measure of success, right? Who's working on this? Brotherwise Games. But they brought on industry experts. Like, they brought on designers that are on this thing that I'm like, this is gonna be fucking golden. All right. This is going to go absolutely batshit crazy. Like, yeah, the Brandon Sanderson, yeah. So you've never heard of this? Okay, let me fill you in right here. Usually, whenever we're looking at a Kickstarter project for a TTRPG, we are really goddamn happy. Like, if I'm trying to raise like $10,000 for a TTRPG thing, is this some big IP? This is one of the biggest IPs in fantasy. Yes. This is probably, this will go down in history as like the Lord of the Rings of our generation. He's the most famous fantasy author around. Yep. This is fucking massive. If you're not aware of this guy, I'm sorry, you're the one that's fallen behind the standard, all right? This guy is basically, if you are into fantasy reading, like fantasy novels at all, you're supposed to be aware of what the fucking Stormlight Archive is. Yeah, the Stormlight RPG, the Cosmere, Way of Kings by Brandon Sanderson, Mistborn, all that shit right here, right? Well, I don't love everything I've heard, less a fan of the feat-based areas. You never heard of the game? Oh, okay, all right. So, just as a measure of success here, right? So the Stormlight, what is Stormlight? Stormlight is a saga set in Brandon Sanderson's Cosmere, okay? This is a line of books. I have them over there. This is a line of books for a fucking beloved series, okay? This is also a guy that has a proven track record of writing banger after banger after banger after banger after banger after banger. This guy has a incredible track record in fantasy. I think for a lot of people, he's even better than J.R.R. Tolkien. I think for a lot of people, that's just the case. He may very well be the best fantasy author that has ever existed, right? So, Brandon Sanderson, what he does extremely well is writes extremely interesting magic systems. Like, J.R.R. Martin would be more famous if he actually wrote books. Oh, that's good. We had some big IPs in the RPG scene. They know that's it. Yeah. Okay, so just no offense to anybody that's currently typing in chat, but just letting you know, I got to get through this explanation. So, this is a super mega massive IP right here. I can think of probably no IP that would be bigger for a TTRPG than this right here. This is going to be bigger than the Dark Souls TTRPG. Yeah, if you're thinking, Taron, aren't there video games that are like gonna be bigger than this or whatever? No. You all don't fucking understand. We already tried that shit already. The Dark Souls TTRPG flopped hard. Flopped really fucking hard. Okay? But Brotherwise Games has a proven track record. They have retail distribution. These guys are big. You know that boss monster game that you've seen in every single one of your friendly local game stores? Guess what? This is there. Hades would be bigger, I think. I highly doubt it. I highly fucking doubt it. The impact of this fantasy series is hard to overstate. I really highly doubt it. If Hades were to drop that, like they had a TTRPG that they were working on or cooking up or whatever, I don't think it's going to even get half of this right here. I'm going to be real with you. Yeah. Why would I play a TTRPG of a video game I can already play? Well, some people really love the world of it. You know, they love the setting. Their rationale doesn't always go specifically to why would I do X, Y, or Z thing. But just so you all know, in terms of raising money for a Kickstarter, okay, usually we look at follower counts for what we could expect. So DC20 at the time of launch, DC20 was a Kickstarter that raised, what was it? Did it cross over 2 mil? DC20 raised around $2 million with 2,000 followers. I want you to keep that in mind. This is what we're looking at right here. This could very well, I'm not just saying that this could be, I'm not just saying that this could be huge for like TTRPGs. This could go down as one of the biggest Kickstarters of all time. Like this could outdo Brandon Sanderson's last one. One of the other reasons for this and why I think this is going to blow the fuck up is because Brandon Sanderson, so the people that are going to be backing this aren't just Brandon Sanderson fans. You're going to get, aren't just TTRPG fans. You're going to get people backing this because Brandon Sanderson is also writing new lore that will only be available for Cosmere fans through the RPG. The only way that they'll know about some of the world building sides of the Cosmere is if they get this game. There is a setting book for the Cosmere that is dropping with the Stormlight role-playing game. And that is going to answer a shitload of questions that people have about Brandon's magic systems, about a lot of the just fucking area maps. They want more detail into the area maps. They want more out of this thing. For reference, the MCDM RPG is at 65k followers. Where? The MCDM RPG is... Wait, that one already funded. Can you see the follower count or something? For more perspective, you made 6k off of your 70 followers in your card game. Yeah, this might actually be like 8 digits, yeah. The MCDM RPG? 30k backers. That's... Wait, so backers, right? Here. Don't know what it was before ending. Hang on. So, yeah, there's a difference between followers and backers. Oh, they changed the name over here, too. Yeah, see? Yeah, free followers is wildly different to backers, yeah. Yeah, so this is backers now, right? That is way different. They honestly recommend that, like, something like, what was it? Half or 40% of the people that follow you are going to back it. If I'm remembering that right. But that's before talking about anybody that's just seeing it, news articles get out, any major coverage or whatever. That's followers of the company. Gotcha. Yeah. Am I saying that this RPG is going to take over D&D's spot at the top of the industry? No, because that is an illusion, all right? We need to stop trying to dethrone whoever's at the top of the industry. Let's stop doing that, you know? What I think that this is going to do right here is that this is going to bring new people into the hobby that Critical Role was never going to bring in. That Stranger Things was never going to bring in. This is going to pick up on people that are just Stormlight fans. Yeah, stop trying to be the killer. Yeah. We don't want to... We don't want to... Honestly, in a world where people have the option to play D&D and like 20 other games, fucking sick. I would just love for the ability for people to create for whatever fucking game they want to create for, and then not feel like they have to write for D&D in order to like not starve. From what you heard, the Stormlight RPG might be too crunchy for some newcomers. I don't know. I don't think Shadow of the Demon Lord is inapproachable or inaccessible. I'd have to check it out, you know. It's amazing for new player demographics. Actually, hang on. Because I know people are going to be interested in this. Here, I'm going to ask. And before I would get in on this, I would want to immediately start catching up on all the dialogue, or all the books. I'm going to hit up Ross. I'm just going to see if I can't ask Ross or Johnny O'Neill to potentially get in on a playtest. Hey, is there any way I could get in on a Stormlight playtest? There we go. And I'm also pretty sure that they were running it at Gen Con this year. Guys, this is gonna blow up. Like, this is going to be huge. And yeah, I actually don't think that Shadow of the Demon Lord is any crunchier than 5e. Yeah. A large D&D stream is a more surefire vehicle for entry than the author writes good books. What? There's plenty of reason why people who only would want this for the books would be backing this. Not saying it's going to be not going to succeed. No, this is going to succeed. Like, but the problem is whether or not it, like, if it has long-term sustained play, doesn't really matter. There are people who are backing this who have never played a TTRPG before, because from what they understand, there is secret shit about the world of Cosmere that is getting revealed because of this game. That's what's going to happen. This is, yeah, this is, there's no question about whether or not this is going to do well on Kickstarter or backer kit. Guys, this is going to go for tens of millions of dollars. As to whether or not people will actually wind up playing the game and in 10 years it actually succeeds or does something like that, whatever, I don't know. We haven't seen enough. But in that being said, also remember to reserve pessimism, by the way, of like, people aren't going to play this thing because yada yada, it's too whatever. You haven't seen it either. So like, you know, that's why I'm asking to get in on a playtest. So if it's just dunking on it and you haven't even seen the fucking rules yet, you know, like let's not jump on that to sound like the intelligent one in the fucking room. There's no question about success. The question is about retention, and I think retention would be higher with a less crunchy system. Possibly, but like, you still don't know how crunchy it is. You don't know, because it hasn't been released yet. You know, it hasn't been released yet. Isn't necessarily a reflection on RPGs as a whole. Wait, what? Sounds like a unique situation that just because it's going to be a big funder base, who won't ever play the system that they bought, it's just a backing a source book, basically. You don't know that because you haven't seen the system yet. Osmosis tells me it's going to be someone, I might be wrong, but you don't know, though. See, this is the thing. It's like you're rushing to sound like you do have complete information on it, and you don't. That's why I just literally asked one of the designers when I could get in on a playtest. I don't know that. I can't speak intelligently on that, and you can't either. You know? What I do know, and what I'm saying my predictions are all based around, is just what I'm seeing off of the fucking backer kit. Here, your opinion is not concrete, but I'm not dying on any hills. Like, that's the thing. I would highly encourage people, like, seriously look into it before it's just like, you know, fucking dismiss it because D&D's not going anywhere. Yeah, oh god, you know, it's not that defeatist doomerist shit just ain't for me, bud. You know. So, what do you feel the near future TTRPGs? Stormlight is going to be bringing people in. What I think is going to wind up happening is that there is going to be a bigger appreciation for Rules Light systems. Rules Light is nearing a new renaissance, heralded by ShadowDark. Okay? ShadowDark's win at the ENnies this year is a big deal here. Okay? Brandon's fanbase love crunchy magic systems already. I'm at Brandon's fan base and I don't love crunchy magic systems. See how we're talking about things with incomplete information? So they're doing a joint event launch, link to the Kickstarter launch as well. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can't get in on one. Okay, then I'm going to move on from that. Rules Light is nearing a new renaissance heralded by ShadowDark. Here's the deal: basic expert derivative. Okay, here we go. Basic expert damage structure is an incredibly strong and what's the right word here? Not adaptable. Accessible. Sure, accessible resource for game developers. Okay. I think that basic expert damage structure is actually so good, and the fact that it is so open to the public domain. Honestly, Gygax and Artisan probably got that shit right on the first try. Everybody being able to use basic expert's damage structure and like just general stat block format, and we all kind of agree that like, dude, this works out pretty fucking well. A little bit of a miracle there. So like, let's just all agree, or like whatever, if we're going to go with system neutral here, we're going to at least assume that people can convert based off of basic expert damage structure, right? I think that's kind of sick. I think that that's really cool that we have that. And once more people are aware of why people are doing that, you know what I mean? I think it's going to go pretty fucking buck wild. One writing Upstorm Light's inevitable success is kind of crazy, not going to lie. Yeah. There's people that will learn about TTRPGs and come into the hobby because of that game right there. Yeah. And by the way, based off of what I've heard already, and I'm going to get into playtests and everything with it, no, I don't see it as being any more complicated than D&D 5e. No. If anything, I think that the fast, slow turn kind of system of something like a Shadow of the Demon Lord is actually a little bit more intuitive than action, bonus action, reaction, spell slots. Yeah. So, you love just rolling damage rather than 2 hit then damage? Well, then you should check out Into the Odd. Oh yeah. Okay. Basic expert damage structure is incredibly strong and accessible, and is an incredibly strong and accessible resource for game developers. And overwhelming. Yeah, they're running it at Gen Con. Couldn't make it this year. Okay. Yeah, for the End of the Odd mention. Yeah, I know. I wish some other people that were saying like, "Oh yeah, we're not a roll to hit system," would throw out the shout out as well. You agree? I think they'll have the tutorials and actual plays to back it up. Oh man. Okay, so here's what I gotta say about actual plays. Okay, for the fact that like, look, Critical Role is the only one that draws in thousands of live viewers. Okay, all the other ones I keep seeing that are like pushed heavily by the industry or whatever still barely break 50. Barely. It's just actual play as a live stream format is essentially just we're streaming to other actual play enthusiasts, right? Like, and it's not that big of a crowd, you know. The thing that I'm going to recommend, hang on. Okay. Actual plays in the future should aim for shorter 3 to 4 session experiences instead of major years long arcs. Okay. If you are starting an actual play right now and you are asking your audience to sit there and watch for any longer than 3 to 4 sessions, you're not going to retain many viewers. Even Critical Role falls off. Critical Role falls the fuck off. There was a chart that was showing Critical Role's like viewer base over time. Where was this? Viewers live over time. Twitch tracker, Critical Role statistics. Ah, what do you know? Oh, fucking wild how this looks, right? Okay, here we go. Here is Twitch tracker tracking Critical Role's viewership over time. If you want to know what happens with actual plays, they start out, boom. I want you all to take a wild fucking guess what those spikes are for. What do you all think their highest viewed sessions are? Their highest viewed Twitch streams are? Could we... Do we think that maybe this right here is whenever they announced that they were starting the channel away from Geek and Sundry? Ooh, interesting. What happened July 20th around this time? Oh yeah. Wasn't this around the time that like they got in on starting a new campaign? And more people were watching due to COVID? Huh. Interesting. Interesting. No, it's not a character death. It's the start of a new campaign. Look at this. The start of... Oh, their highest viewed stream. 2021? This was either... I'm going to say this. This was either the end of campaign 2 or this had to be the start of campaign 3. October 2021. What were they doing here? It says D&D. Does anybody... Can anybody let me know what that was? They would bank on the new thing hype. Hey, what do you know, Axiom? That's exactly fucking right. The other thing that is really smart about doing something like this for shorter burst things. Campaign 3, Episode 1. Thank you, Kato. Wow. Man, Campaign 2 only lasted a year and a half? Wow, that felt like Mighty 9 was a thing for a hot second. That whole thing was only a year and a half? Is that right? What the fuck? Dude, COVID time. This all feels right in here like just a massive blank spot in my memory. Everything right here just like... Yeah. Campaign 2 started in 2018. So that would probably explain right over here? Wait, what? Red Dead Redemption? What? 2018. So then the start of the campaign was somewhere around here. Had to have been COVID time. Well, so there's COVID time. That definitely makes people watch more. What is this? What is July 3rd, 2020? Hang on. What is July 3rd, 2020? What happened there? July 3rd. Oh, was that their return after... Oh, episode 100. It's their comeback after COVID. No way, that's happening in 2020. The Mighty Nine are back. So it is their... Okay, so it's their return after the hiatus. Ah, gotcha. Okay. So then that makes a little bit more sense. Okay, but look here, right? Here's what I say. Here's what I'm saying, okay? Is that all the actual play groups, so they have, like, average viewers, 19,000. This is huge. Like 19,000, 17,000, 19,000. This is crazy, right? 51,000. Fucking wild, right? 91,000. This is insane. And they do really, really well here. They do really fucking well here. And then, boosh! What the fuck? That's wild! Holy shit. 167,000 viewers over on Twitch at the same time. What the fuck? Right? That's a new campaign arc right there. If they were doing more of these that were shorter burst experiences, which, by the way, rules like TTRPGs help to accommodate more of. For real. Like, I mean, that's just the reality of it. Like, the rules like TTRPG systems help to give you the more beer and pretzels style experience. Okay? It's hard to figure out a trend. It's a really new form of media, so no one's really doing well except for Dimension 20, which have a totally different way of broadcast. I actually think Dimension 20 is doing it fairly well, because what they're doing is they're taking it and editing it down, right? What do I compare them to Dimension 20? I don't know that I can, because Dimension 20 is over on Dropout, and I can't pull their stats. Yeah, I can't view their stats. Yeah. Critical Roles are easy to access because they're on Twitch. So because of that, I can pull their live viewers at any time. I can't with Dimension 20 because they're over on, yeah. They have a YouTube channel, but that's not where people are mostly watching. That's not where the majority of people are watching Dimension 20. The majority of people are watching them over on Dropout. They went, like, whole hog on their subscription service. People really can't sit and watch 6 hours of Critical Role anymore. Nope. And I'm telling you all, the people who I think are actually really gonna be blowing up. Mystery Quest. Yeah, they're gonna blow the fuck up. This is the channel I actually think is probably the best thing. This is the best asset for the TTRPG industry right now. If you want to get away from specifically such a D&D heavy actual play space, holy fucking shit, this channel, Mystery Quest. Yogscast is doing an incredible job with this. Mystery Quest has the Yogscast crew playing basically every fucking TTRPG they can find that isn't D&D. Look at this shit. Mothership, Merkborg, everyone's John. Who the fuck? Everyone is John. What? Call of Cthulhu, right? Scrolling back up through here. Honey Heist, 2 episodes. Both of these are an hour long. I can put that on while I'm doing the fucking dishes and laundry, okay? Yeah, Mouse Rider, right? Mouse Rider. Fucking another Call of Cthulhu campaign. Brindlewood Bay. 1,000-year-old vampire. A fucking solo TTRPG is on here. Right? Getting 74k views. Cyborg. Escape from Dino Island. Another 1,000-year-old vampire getting 63k. Look at that. Another Merkborg one. Kill Your Necromancer. Call of Cthulhu again. Right? Fiasco. They're getting views. 35k is good. This is good. This is awesome. For independent TTRPG content, this is fucking great. You don't want to be that guy, but wait. If you say I don't want to be that guy, and then you go and you be that guy, you want to be that guy. What are you talking about? Critical Role popularized Honey Heist, and a few other small ones too that fight the hand that feeds and all that. But what is it? What is it? What does that mean? I don't get what that's detracting from. Are you familiar with fire-breathing kittens? No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. Not really comparable, but they're doing good to help for Soul. And he's sick. Yeah, I love this. I love this. Guys, Mystery Quest. Look at this. 71.7K. Alright? Go subscribe to these motherfuckers. Go! Do this. Alright? This shit is sick. And they're good. They're fucking funny. These are entertaining as shit. The DM that they've got, I think it's like Angry Tom is his name or whatever. Awesome! I love this vibe. This is entertaining. It's edited down. And like, you can go and watch short burst if you want to know, like, hey, is Merkborg for me? Go check these out. Okay? Mark Holmes is on here. Like, yeah. FK is an actual play podcast? FK. Oh, Fire or whatever that was? Fire Breathing Kittens. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, Legends of Evantris too, but they're mostly D&D focused. I mean, unless I'm woefully...
Gideon, who was the last
Oh,
person?
God. Unless I'm woefully misunderstanding something there. Okay. So... actual play podcast that uses a new game every episode. Interesting. Yeah, thank God there's edited play sessions. Yeah, so look at this. Now I will say, yeah, seeing them up over 1.29 million is fucking crazy awesome for them. But part of the reason why, this is a double-edged sword right here, okay? Legends of Evantris, great content. Good content. You want to know where they're getting the overwhelming majority of their viewership, though? It's not on their long-form content. It's on these motherfucking things right here. Because if you look at their shorts, this is where their views are starting to pop off, right? 1.3 million, 2.2 million, 860K, 1.2 million, 557K. This is the power of shorts right here. 2.4 million. Not enough actual plays started capitalizing on shorts. These guys did. Absolutely did. They also have an animator involved who is animating some of the shorts, whatever they have. They, 4.9 million views, 4.3 million views, 3.8 million views, 3.4 million views, right? 5.3 million views. This is fucking wild, right? They know what to do with it. And what they're doing, 7.2K. The actual plays, the long form stuff, is not drawing in the viewers. I'm telling everyone. You hate shorts? They're here to stay. I don't know what to tell you. This is the way that we know that like you have to utilize shorts to promote your other content. Now there are channels that are going whole hog on shorts in order to like maybe just focus on that, but shorts don't monetize well. They don't. Yeah, we like shorts. Trying to get those shorts to pull people over into your long form content is hard. That is hard to do. About the only person I know who's done it and done it successfully is Will from D&D Shorts. Yeah. You want to try Root so bad? Yeah, Root's really fun. And also the fact that they have it as an RPG or as a so they have it as an RPG or as the board game. The board game is also fun. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, you feel okay?
So far, my body's trying to start things. Yeah, I've got like a couple little cramps here and there. Yeah.
Well, there you go.
I was a woman today, I guess. So, I was gonna run to QT. If you want something there, I can pick you up something else.
I had 2 eggs earlier, but it's been like 3 hours since then. Okay. Yeah, I'll do like a chicken taquito and a. Oh, we have Pepsi here, huh?
We do.
Yeah, I'll do like chicken taquito, and I want to try something
one
actually.
Or two?
I'll do 2.
Okay. And what do you want to try?
I saw fucking Charlie did a video where they were rating Doritos.
Okay.
And they said that the fucking barbecue Doritos are the best ones they've ever seen or they've ever tried. If they have them, I want to give it a shot. But if not, then fine.
Also, at some point, I want to try. Have you seen? Apparently, there's like, I think they call it like spicy Coke or something.
No, what?
I know. I was like, huh?
Spicy Coke?
Yeah.
It just sounds like cocaine.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is.
How'd you hear about spicy Coke?
I saw it in the fridges.
Have you guys heard of spicy Coke?
Hi, Tin Can. I can't see the one above them.
Oh.
Drive. I can't.
Ass driver?
I can't see from here.
Okay.
Allium,
well,
Axiom.
Well, then stop trying. Get closer.
Well, tell me.
Axiom Delver, you're.
Hello, Axiom. Hi, no ice.
It sounds like a new Coke level disaster. Yeah.
I agree.
Maybe. Yeah, I'm good with that. Taquitos, all that.
Cool.
Yeah. Oh, can you sorry, one sec.
We'll absolutely get you the giant condoms.
Yes.
Ribbed for her
Please.
pleasure.
Please, those. Yes.
Made me think of that video of the guy filming the eagles at the zoo and the wife behind him.
Oh my
just
god, yeah,
goes,
my asshole
hurts from last night.
I'm recording! Jesus Christ! Yeah. Hey, please ask Trevor with my father. Okay. So the actual play space, I think, is gonna they're gonna have to go in that direction. Look, if you here's what I'm thinking. Okay, as someone that tries to analyze media for what does or does not work, in this space, the thing that has worked for actual plays, the thing that has worked for actual plays that showed meaningful growth was clipped and edited content. Okay. The live stream actual play is like a thing that you might be able to do, but the only way that you're going to sustain viewership is going to be to clip your content. Okay. You have to edit it down. The one, damn it, doesn't mean I have to put a camera on my place to publish a game now. I don't think that's necessarily the case because John Harper still sells shit. Let me see here. Initiative. Okay, so here you go. Okay, so Forrest Valkai has been running a TTRPG actual play with Jesse Jerdak and like Jenny D. So there's a bunch of people that are involved with this.
Hello and welcome. I am Jesse Jerdak, and today we are rolling for Initiative. We're telling a fairy punk story.
I want you all to see
Doctors Without Borders, and this is all made possible by our sponsors, Kobold Press. So it's noticeably cool.
Look at this.
The closer you get to the glass. Empty saucers and cups, crumb-filled napkins, and morning breakfast detritus litter the passenger car, like small memorials to the meager breakfast provided earlier this morning. A sweet smell permeates the area as the moisture outside. Forrest, where in the train car would Dr. Vindica be sitting?
Definitely in the corner, just far away from everybody else, trying very desperately not to be noticed.
Okay. And what do we see when we look at you?
They have edited it down. Okay. They have filmed it. This is a 2.5 hour episode right here, right? I still think that this is probably going to be quite long, and they could have probably split it up again, but you know, I don't know about story structure, maybe what has happened with this, but like, this is what I think is working out. Okay. Editing.
Dr. Vindica is a tall, lean, gaunt, haggard-looking man.
See?
Lines and wrinkles across
Also, the focus on the audio.
his face that seem to be much older than he is. Dark bags under his eyes that
Her entourage behind her. She's a sort of a butt.
I think she's got a lapel mic on. I was trying to see what other. I don't know if they've got mics on everybody. They might just have the overhead Rhodes, the shotgun mics like that. Even still, like this is cake. Okay, I think that artist is Tam. Actually, that's the artist that does stuff for Dungeon Dad. What is happening here is
oh my god.
Hold on, I can find it.
different camera angles.
Yeah.
I'm gonna burp any minute.
Have I seen that Critical Role is making a bridge version of all of Campaign 3's episodes? No shit? Really? No shit.
And rural life before reaching to the apex where the
A yellow scarf around my neck. I look a little bit, maybe shy, like I'm trying to hide myself from.
Listen to your motherfucking boy.
Looking mildly uncomfortable.
Listen to your boy. Okay?
Don't.
I was talking about this for what, 2 years now? How many of y'all that have been sticking with my channel know how long I've been talking about this, right? I have talked about how actual plays need to go down to a shorter fucking format, right? It's only an hour and a half. Yeah, right? Actual plays to be watchable have needed to go down to a shorter format. I got pushback on this, where people were like, what do you mean, oh my fucking god. Look, actual plays. If you're running an actual play, if you're an actual player, you need to cut your shit down. Okay? I know that it's a very special thing for you. I know that it's a very, very special thing. Okay? I know that it feels really good to you. But it's unwatchable to everybody else. You have to start cutting this shit down. Critical Role was, I mean, Critical Role was bleeding viewers because of this campaign. It was taking way too fucking long. I heard overwhelmingly that people were upset about this campaign. It was hard to keep up with, whatever the hell was going on, right? I have talked about constantly critiquing this format of content creation where everybody wanted to emulate Critical Role because this was seen as the pinnacle, the king of... This was like the king of the actual play space that you had to like emulate this model. I said fucking 3 years ago, I can't watch actual plays because I honestly think that editing them down is the only way I think that content is even remotely viewable. To a mainstream audience, they are not going to sit there and watch for 4 fucking hours to see or get caught up on what's happening with an actual play. There is a limit to attention span. Hey, you want to know something hilarious? You know who knows that better than anyone else? Teachers. Okay? We are all taught. You know how optimistic we are about how much time we can get out of a class? If I have you in my classroom, I used to teach middle school. Okay? If I get you in my classroom, you know how much time I have with you in my class? 45 minutes. On average. On average. That's the most time I really get with you in a class. You know how much time of that I know that you're going to retain fucking anything I tell you? 15. Okay? It takes me 15 minutes to get you ready. It takes me 15 minutes to get you ready to come in and like sit down and chill out. You've been talking to your friends and everything like that. I have to develop the atmosphere to get you ready to be educated. I have to develop, I have to convey my core to you. I have to convey the core of what I want to tell you within 15 minutes. Okay. Well, 6 to 8 minutes is like the main lesson of the day. Like, what am I trying to get across to you? Right? I know that I have your attention for about 15 minutes. 6 to 8 of that, I better focus on the prime thing. Because the last 15 minutes, either I tell you guys, like, hey, we're going to work on this thing. But, like, I have to give you that, like, I'm going to let you sit there, work on the thing if you need, but ultimately I can't guarantee anything that's going to say you will be working on this thing. I can't get that out of students. So it's in 45 minutes that I have you in my classroom, I can hope for 15 of that you'll be sitting there watching. Human attention spans are flawed, okay? That's just the way it is. That's why a lot of the people who were watching a lot of actual plays, a lot of autism going on, all right? I'm just saying, okay? I'm just saying. So a lot of people who can sit there and do hyperfixate are the ones that are watching a lot of long-form actual plays, okay? The majority of people need it cut down, okay? This was a thing that people didn't necessarily think was an issue if you were sitting behind the camera, or sorry, in front of the camera, right? Because you're having fun making the thing, right? You're having
Traveler.
Hey, Jeffrey Craig, hey, thank you so much for the support on Patreon. I know, bud. She just left. She'll be right back. So, don't call you out like that? Hey. So, a lot of people put them on and they like get super invested into the story that's going on. I'm not, and by the way, I'm not saying that it's like this with all autistic people or anything like that, but one of the things I have seen in the Critical Role scene is parasocial behavior, where people start to think that they are friends with Matt Mercer. They are more involved with this. That Matt Mercer does love them, right? C3 fan art was also removed to live showing due to copyright issues. Oh, buddy. Wow. Yeah, I believe that 100%, especially because I know of another situation. Oh, God. Ooh, I know of another situation around fan art and the way that like things were just sort of not treated really seriously about fan art and copyright issues around this. Oh, chill out. I know of a whole fucking thing. Oh my God. This is not like industry rocking or anything like that, but I do know of a situation where there was an illustrator whose artwork was being used for the development of Explorer's Guide to Exandria all the way up until it hit the printer. And they were not, it was not discussed with them at all. This is a professional publication, by the way, that Wizards of the Coast had. Yeah. How is it a copyright issue? Look, if you are monetizing your stream and using other people's art as a part of it, you have to be really fucking careful about that. Because in all reality, an artist that doesn't like that I use their piece in a thumbnail can tell me to take it down, and I should probably take it down. Number one, I just should. Number two, if that artist wanted to come at me for that, right?
Dwarf goblins.
Yeah. They could probably do pretty well with that. Excalibur, hey, welcome. Nice name. Like, it's not ill intention for sure. Matt is not that kind of guy, but the parasocial traps can be present and never been addressed directly. I think yes, yeah. If you are an actual play person, especially like in this space and all that stuff, I don't model yourself after Matt Mercer and what they have going on with Critical Role. Please don't tell your fans you love them. Okay, that is. It's not malicious, right? It's not malicious. Like Axiom just said, it's not ill-intentioned. But, God, man, for your safety, your security, okay? Don't tell your fans you love them. I appreciate all y'all. Or all the support you guys can give me. It's fucking unreal that I get to do this shit, all right? Oh, later, butt poncho. Yeah, it's crazy that I get to do this shit, right? I love the support. I love having you guys around. I will tell you, though, right now, I'm going to tell you this right now. I am most likely not your friend. Okay? I am somebody who, like, I sit here streaming and I talk out TTRPG content. This is what we do, right? If you like hanging out and doing whatever and we shoot the shit, yeah, sure, totally, right? But no, like, don't rely on the thought that you and I are going to be friends. Don't give me money under the thought that you and I are friends, okay? To be honest, I see a lot of the parasocial behavior with Johan Nor MCDM instead of the division you're brewing right now. The division you are brewing right now is weird. Wait, to be honest, I see how. or see a lot of parasocial behavior with Johan, Nor, MCDM, etc. The division you're brewing right now is weird. What? That feels like that's coming at me about. I'm saying. What? Yeah, even without legal reasons, you can look like a dick for using others' art. Yeah. Yeah. I'm doing an us versus them thing? What are you talking about? I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I'm doing an us versus them thing. And the us is just as bad as the them. No, what are you talking about? No, I'm not. I'm talking about hang on. I'm going to let you sit a second, do a second to think about that. I'm going to let my dog out. Yeah, unhealthy parasocial behavior. So, like, here's the deal. If somebody is, like, telling their fans, like, you know, I love them or what the hell ever, I would say that it's probably not a good practice. In fact, I'm gonna make the wild claim that it's not a good practice, okay? No, and, like, okay, if Matt Colville is telling his fans, like, I love you all very much or something like that, I would say that it's also probably not a good move. If Johan Nor was doing that, which, like, I have. Is Johan Nor doing that? I think Johan Nor is very much engaged with helping people make content for the game that he made, right? I think he provides a lot of support. I think that Johan is all about, like, instilling more creativity in the scene. But parasocial implies something very specific. I love how everyone, especially you reading this right now, please give me money. Yeah. There's particularly vulnerable people that we know really over-rely on something like actual plays for their sense of social, like, I guess, belonging, right? Does he start signing off, or does he still sign off that way?
He stands up out of his chair.
Unsettling.
And
rushes.
Ah!
And that's running.
Okay, well, he's not here. They're not saying it here. Okay, so let's look at...
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first episode of Campaign 3 of Critical Role. At large. We get to pick this up next week and see where this goes. But, one, so happy to have you join us, Rob.
Dude, Robbie, I'm so glad you're here.
It's so fun.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us, and it's Thursday up. Good night.
Wow, what do you know? He stopped saying it. Probably because it was encouraging a lot of really fucking bad behavior, huh? Yeah. Like, that's the problem. Wait, I think there are a lot of really gross generalizations about what you're saying, including the neurodivergent angle. I think any scene that has figurehead creates parasocial behaviors. I don't think you understand what I mean by a parasocial behavior. He's saying it now again, by the way. Like, I don't think you're really getting what I mean by a parasocial behavior. Trying to play people's emotions, it's not just engagement, it's trying to play on people's emotions to get them more invested into you.
Thank you all so much for joining us. Check out the game, and we'll
see you soon.
Soon. Thank you all.
Bye. Bye.
Didn't do it there. That was a month ago, 3 weeks ago. Critical Role plays Daggerheart. Let's see.
Hope you all had fun, and I'm excited for all of you to have fun playing this. So to learn more and join this open beta playtest, go check out daggerheart.com. So gather your party, make some characters. Just kids are doing it. So okay, just be sure to tell us your Daggerheart open beta, and using those surveys it helps us make this game better for all of us. But we are determined to make this game as good as possible, and those surveys are an invaluable part of that process. So please do so. I know.
All hail the god of the seep. Chat.
God of the sea.
Turning on us.
Tuesday? On that note, good night, everybody. We love you very much.
Okay. We love you very much. There we go. We dug around for one. We found one, right? Okay. I don't think that it's great. I used to stream my music practice to about 50 people, no socializing, just practice a few questions answered. I still got stalked and stopped. I can't imagine what people in the scope deal with. Yeah. I mean, I know, because, like, there's people that have to walk around with fucking security at, like, Gen Con and everything. And they're not even, like, public-facing figures for a lot of stuff. Just that people know who the fuck they are, right? Like, there's some... Wait, the flame where I can start with this? Wait, what? Let's playtest Daggerheart? It seems okay. I still think that, like, the action economy kind of pushing you to, like, not act is very weird. Because, I mean, it's going to push you into the more of the, like, trying to evoke the dramaturgy of it all. Which is, like, you know, but yeah, I'm just not here for that kind of an experience. Yeah, they don't even, yeah. And by the way, just because I bring up something like I say that something is an autistic behavior or whatever is not fucking ableist. Please don't take that angle. Please don't make it that, like, if you just disagree with somebody and they bring up that, like, hey, this is a typical behavior that we tend to see a lot with, like, particularly this demographic. Like, this just kind of happens or whatever. Like, it's not overgeneralizing. It's fine to talk about these things. And the fact that, like, I'll say something and then somebody that disagrees with me is like, you seem to be taking a really sussy baka angle with that. Fuck out of here with that shit. Quit moralizing everything, all right? Yeah, but atypical autism, and I entirely agree with it. Well, yeah, but, like, also, again, like, you know, you're someone who's in my chat a lot, you know. I'm familiar with this shit, all right? Like, I'm familiar with it. I was a teacher, all right? I'm used to having to have differentiated lesson plans, okay, for teaching to different types of neurodivergences, okay? So, like, don't come at me with the angle of, like, hey, Taron, you seem to be, like, getting a little bit, I don't appreciate the neurotypical angle at this. Fucking don't come at me with that energy, all right? God damn it, I hate how everything has to be a goddamn huge moralization over everything. Holy shit. Like, let's please just be able to speak frankly. Seriously. Nothing's gonna improve unless we can just fucking speak frankly about this shit. Alright? So, this whole thing with actual plays. The fact that they're getting clipped. See how far away we got away from this because someone, like, tried to, like, turn it into a grand... whatever. Okay. So, the thing that's worked for actual plays has shown meaningful growth at clipped and edited content. This is the thing that I think that actual plays need to go with. From here on out, it's going to be focusing on shorts, focusing on editing down your content in a way that is more digestible. Let me eat that bite, you know, let me eat that elephant one bite at a time. And if we're stalling through a bunch of, like, whatevers, if we have a bunch of if we have a bunch of stalls, looking up rules or whatever, why leave that in there? Just clip it. Just get it out there. Because actual plays, too many people really, like, this has been the push and pull in the actual play space, okay? There has been a bizarre reaction to actual plays where people are requesting others leave. Thank you. Where did I put that wallet? Oh, it's in the kitchen. Thank you. No, did you find them?
I did!
Oh, wow. Okay.
I know!
Sweet and tangy barbecue. All right. So Charlie said these were in S tier.
What smells?
It just kind of smells like barbecue.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, holy shit, that punches you in the mouth.
Good.
That's good. Yeah. Almost reminds me of Takis.
Khakis?
Takis, whatever.
Chalkies?
Yeah. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna...
it's not like the craziest thing ever.
Yeah, I'm not gonna eat these into the mic. Hang on.
Yo, food.
Oh yeah, if you don't mind. Okay, so there's been a bizarre reaction to actual plays where people are requesting others leave in spots that stall, such as looking up rules, etc. This hurts here. This is stupid advice. I'm just gonna say it. That's stupid advice that completely ignores the intent to entertain.
Ew, no, why?
Yes.
Why?
Do not, anytime someone tells you this, do not listen to it.
No.
It is bad advice. If you're trying to make content that people want to watch,
Dead air
don't
equals
leave
bad.
in your fucking dead air. I don't care that this is more representative of what it's like to actually play a TTRPG. Don't leave it in your fucking footage. It looks bad.
Yes.
It's not entertaining. We have tried it this way before.
It takes way too long to
It
watch.
kills viewership.
Ooh.
Okay? Don't do this. The future of TTRPG sounds like a good topic for a video. We might, maybe. Okay. There's been a bizarre reaction to actual plays where people are requesting others leave in spots that stall, such as looking at rules, etc. This is stupid advice that completely ignores the intent to entertain. By the way, this is how snake in the grass this kind of gets. If you hear this from an actual player, stop listening to them. They are trying to deceive you into making worse content. Okay, they might not all, but I am definitely aware that some people give terrible advice to other actual players because they think that that's a way that they can claw ahead. That is not everybody. That is not everybody. Again, please do not assume a generalization where there is not a fucking generalization. But this is bad advice. And if you hear that there is another actual player that is telling you to do something like leaving in you all stopping to create any sense of dead air, stop that shit. Hisky asked a good question above. All right, thank you. Do I have any thoughts on how indie TTRPGs gain traction in the future? Do I have any thoughts on how indie TTRPGs gain traction in the future? Cool. All right. I will say one of the things some companies are trying to help out with this. I'm just going to leave that there and I'll come back to it because I do have a point I don't want to forget on that. Do I think defining indie is becoming difficult? Is it defined by production, by earnings, by team size? If it's an independent creator, it's an indie thing. I also think that people get way too hung up on labels on things. If something's an indie, like independent game, then sure, whatever. But like, I don't think something has to define it that much. I don't think it really matters if I'm being real here. I mean, like Hatchlings, I know that you are an indie dev. Like you've got like Dragon Dowsers. You are an indie dev. You know, self-published. Even if it's a small independent crew, right? Indie equals not the big two. No, I would actually say that Free League should be up there as well. WotC/Paizo. No, Cubicle 7, I wouldn't call their productions indie. I wouldn't call Chaosium's indie. I wouldn't call Stockholm Cartel is indie, but they're still a conglomerate and they work. There's still a co-op, I guess is what I would say. I don't think it matters. Yeah. Yeah, and by the way, if there's an actual player that wants to say that, like, I'm giving bad advice right here, or like that I'm actually hurting the scene by saying this, I say that their opinion is just fucking wrong. It's just fucking wrong. most TTRPG actual play content needs to be edited down to be digestible by a mainstream audience. If you want to get bigger, you have to start watching what other people are watching. You have to start checking out what other people are checking out. Period. Wow, I just spit that everywhere. You have to pay attention to what is making other people successful. If you have been clawing at the mud by not editing your TTRPG content and just uploading it over onto YouTube, while others are shooting up, uploading actual play content with edited content, you have to think that there may be a fucking difference, right? There's a really good video. Hang on. Some Clank CR is scripted. God, that's such a fucking dumb take. Like, whoever's done that has clearly never worked in fucking theater. Oh my Christ. You know how hard it is for a lot of people to just memorize 2 hours worth of lines for a theater production? Or not even that? Like, how hard it is to oh my god, it might get outlined, but like, who cares? Oh my god, who fucking cares? Dimension 20 is shorter, yeah. It was to be this vocal in a bit. I'm just ready for a different, I'm ready for the scene to get shaken up, I guess. Okay. What was this interview? Hiller Smith. Okay. There is a really, really cool interview with a guy named Hiller Smith. I wish I could find this video. I would have already watched it. Because I don't watch Logan Paul's content. But there is a really fantastic interview with Hiller Smith regarding, how he edits Logan and Jake Paul's fucking videos. And where is this interview? Hang on. Is it almost late? Oh my god, where is this? Is it here? Hang on.
Hayden Hillier Smith is Logan Paul's editor and 2020 Streamy winner for Best Editor. This video is part 2 of a 2-part interview with Hayden, so if you haven't seen part 1, go check it out on our channel. In fact, if you like this type of content, please consider subscribing. Alright, without any further ado, let's start part 2 of my interview.
Actual play, people. Okay, because I don't know whom, whatever. Here's what I'm saying. I am trying to tell you the things that other people are too scared to tell you, okay? Because I would love to see this space improve. There are lots of actual plays that just say, like, we're going to keep saying, like, nice things about each other and not actually tell you, like, how you can actually improve. One of the best things that you can do right here is start looking at what the big editors for big YouTube channels are doing to make their content, right? To draw in the viewers. Because no matter what you want to say about Logan Paul, Jake Paul, what the fuck ever, Mr. Beast, all these other guys, they're still drawing in viewers, okay? And these guys aren't just doing it by being degenerate assholes or doing whatever. They do it because they genuinely have good editing behind it. They genuinely have good production values behind what they do. And this motherfucker right here is one of the most influential people when it comes to the overall landscape of YouTube and YouTube editing right now. I think actually the pop-up text of the baked in like subtitles and everything may have been something this guy was doing first.
Chaos. So that first 30 seconds of a clip is so fascinating to me because I think that alone may be one of the biggest YouTube language aspects. Because you could almost look at a Casey Neistat vlog and forget the first 30 seconds, and it is a story of, you know, he's going to rescue his drone or whatever. You know, shoot that intro and like to fit the edit.
Yes, that literally happened with, well, one of the other creators I work with is Sam and Colby, and I really enjoy working with them because, again, what we talked about earlier, Logan likes short form content, Sam and Colby are long form content, and it's the same reason as I said, where it's I didn't want to be too much into a niche of skill, and so I didn't have to, so I learned to adapt with Sam and Colby. But when I first drafted their latest video, nothing unfortunately happened to justify in the first minute and a half. Not enough happened to justify that first minute and a half.
Nothing enough happened, right? Nothing happened to justify leaving that in. Whenever you're working on videos like this, and I'm trying to work on this too, you have to look at everything as, how do I justify leaving this in? What justifies this staying in? If your ethos for leaving it in is just, well, we want people to get the real perspective on what it means to like play these games. Stop it. Stop that. That's a dumb reason to do it. Don't do it. I'm going to be real with this because it's so fucking annoying to see this all the time. Stop doing that. That's not helpful, okay? That is not helping people to improve what it is they're doing. Cut this stuff down. The principled take of like, leave it in so people don't get the idea that a TTRPG is somehow a different type of experience. You're there to entertain, motherfucker. Entertain. That's your goddamn job, okay? Whenever you're up here being an actual play, you're being a streamer, doing whatever. You see me on here right now. You see me talking this way, a little bit more like fiery, right? Enthusiastic, because I am passionate about this stuff. I know that chat is here because they are likewise passionate about this stuff as well, all right? This persona, whatever you want to say, me being fiery right here, part of it is just, we're online, we're having this talk, and me just sitting here talking like, well, you know, I don't actually know that like TTRPG content should actually, no, I take stances, okay? I'm gonna make some statements about things, all right? That's just part of it, all right? And it's not a fucking problem, okay? So, if I'm looking at like what makes TTRPG content like watchable, fun, entertaining, whatever, part of it is I need to know that you all are enthusiastic about what it is that you want to do. I need the fucking energy brought to it, okay? Look at this. Mystery Quest. Watch this. Watch what happens within, I don't know, here, I'm going to click. I haven't watched this one yet, okay?
You and your riders have ridden 3 days and 3 nights non-stop, ever since getting the letter from your uncle, the Duke of Crowsbridge. He said he believed that the king's men were coming to attack him. Couldn't be. They wouldn't be so bold. But as you crest the hill near his keep, it is worse than you could have ever imagined. They're already besieging the walls. Exhausted, you organize your men into lines, and you give the cry, "With me! Ride! For Crowsbridge!" The men let out a cheer as you break into a gallop. Some of the king's men turn, letting off volleys of arrows. Brave warriors around you fall, but you crash into their lines. Have you turned up in time to break the siege? Or are you on a mystery quest?
Intro, okay? Intro. Let's think about how much time is getting wasted. Is there any time getting wasted? I don't know. We got that. We got the branding. Look at that. Right into it.
Today we're playing a game called Mouse Ritter by Isaac Williams and a scenario called Honey in the Rafters. If you're a supporter and you're interested, right now you can watch a character creation video where we go through, we roll up everyone's characters and join them all together and have a little bit of a chat about the game before we begin. You do not need to see that
over there,
to enjoy
right?
this video. But if you like that kind of thing,
Lucas Kowalski? I'm not familiar with them.
maybe consider supporting us. Enjoy.
It doesn't
I'm
seem to
joined
say.
by a host of very lovely guests. I have Ravs.
Hello, I'm Ravs, and I'm going to be playing Herb today, who's going to sound a little bit like this. Hello, everybody. Hello, chaps.
All right, so let's move forward.
Herb.
Yeah. There's
How often are we having confusion about a ruling, and how often are they clipping it out?
playing little, reed pipes and.
Oh, and look at that! Look at that. You see these mics right here? Every motherfucker has a Shure SM7B. You work on your audio, okay? And by the way, I actually think that these mics are probably a bit more expensive than what you need to just get going with that. This is a $400 microphone. Okay, I had one for a while. I like the Shure SM7B. For me, the problem is I felt like it boosted the bass in my voice a bit too much, And I like the sound of the Rode pod mics, just personally for me. This Rode pod mic right here is $100. The reason I might actually go back to a Shure SM7B is because the XLR jack keeps falling out of the back of these. I'm not a huge fan of that. Yeah, that's a little annoying, but yeah. You hate these camera angles changes mid-sentence. I mean, it keeps the interest up. It keeps the interest up.
Oh, yeah.
You know, one's got like...
Oh, it's been a while since I saw an intro card on YouTube. Interesting you say that. Yeah, so what we call those are stingers, okay? So a stinger is your starting and your end card. I got rid of it. This is actually another thing that Logan Paul's editor over there was talking about. Getting rid of a stinger helps to get people immediately into your content. Now, if you have the intro card like this right here, I don't know. I'm kind of either way. If you decide to move it like more towards the middle or something, they're focusing on more of a little cinematic sort of produced experience right here, which is like, hey, that's them, right?
Like a little kind of harp, and they're just playing a bunch of cute, festive mouse music.
Hello, my loyal subjects. Thank you so much for being here, as it is time for me to take on my father's role as king, to step out of the shadows, no longer adventurer.
Exactly, and
Yeah.
I can't hear so well, and also there's a problem with my heart after all of the things I've been
For
doing.
all of this service to the kingdom, I think I should make you Sir.
What?
Eduardo.
What?
Get down and I will knight you
So they're
right now.
they're doing their role play.
Wonderful.
The sort of like old kind of like Wizzly mouse. He's kind of...
There wasn't a stall or stop or look around just to be like, hey, I don't know what we're maybe doing right? Like, that's what... There you go. There you go. Yeah. Sure, you can bring that Garav/Teens YouTube energy to TTRPGs if you want to. I'm sure it'll bring normal people in on the hobby. Like, are we gatekeeping? No, what is wrong with you today? Like, what is going on? I don't know why you got this fucking vibe in the chat. Yeah, Pointy Hat does stingers when he talks over them so they blend better into the video. Yeah, right? Like, that's the thing, is you still have the branding there. It's like, you still have the branding there. It's a potential, right? A lot of people try to move it towards, like, the thumbnail, right? Did I make that song that used to play in my vids? Wait, did I make the song that used to play in my vids? Oh, no, that's by my buddy, Michael McGinley. No, Michael's a composer and musician in a prog metal band here in Tulsa. You gotta find out what works for your thing. Like, here's my deal. You can literally look at anything cynically, okay? I can literally look at all of this and just say negative shit about it, right? Now, there's a difference between cynicism and criticism, and this is a thing that not a lot of people really recognize. This is a big problem, actually, from the angry video game nerd adjacent types, okay? If you watched a lot of James Rolfe, here's the problem. James Rolfe is not really doing criticism, okay? James Rolfe is just doing satire and comedy with that, and he's making fun of overly cynical nerds. And this is the thing that not a lot of nerds really got, okay? A grifter, Gary V? Okay, who is this? I'm not... Who is this guy? An American businessman? Is this a... Oh, yeah, anyone who's telling you you're going to make all this
Day
crazy
trading
cash
attention.
or whatever. Oh, this guy would definitely copyright claim this shit. Wait, what? How it... It's called anger porn, yeah. Don't pull him up. No. Here's the thing that kind of baffles me. Hang on. $4.49 million subscribers? 4.49 million subscribers, but He's not even getting decent views on his shorts. Look at this. These are not the kind of views that somebody that has that kind of following would be having. What is his most popular video? 6.6 million? Over to no. These are not the view counts of a person that has this many subscribers. There's no way 41 million views on a short is the thing to blame for him having 4 million subscribers up here. I don't know, man. I don't think he's actually making a consistent income as of late. I'm curious about the editing style, though, apparently. He's just doing vlogger shit. Yeah, he's like doing vlogger shit and sitting there talking like he's a big entrepreneur. Standing in front of a car, in front of buildings in the city to be like, hey, here's the advice from someone who's made it. And I'm like, I don't know who the fuck you are. He's a product of keep your nose to the grinder, but take care of yourself because you don't overwork yourself to the bone if you want. Oh my god. Oh my god. So he says nothing burger advice. Huh? Yeah. Familiar with that. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to give actionable advice here. No. Okay. Would I say that under the current market? Wait, let me see here. Hang on. Okay, so this is all regarding the DM's Guild and everything like that. Okay. Basic expert damage structure is an incredibly strong and accessible resource for game developers. An overwhelming percent of TTRPG fans are exhausted and bloated by systems like 5e. People might still say that they like 5e. They're still going to complain and bitch about it. Like, for real. Hang on. Oh, sick. You just got your Vagabond Quick Start Guide in the mail. Hell yeah. You're going to look at it more thoroughly once my 4-year-old passes out tonight. Looks great as a quick flip through. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to be doing a update to the Quick Start here in about 3 months. I'm trying to make sure that they don't get outdated too quick and that anything that goes to print will at least be valid for a little bit. But I'm working on getting an update out to it. Let me know that. Get in contact with me. Because I caught an issue with the print one that I didn't know until after like 3 hours after it went public. So let me know and I'll see what I can't work out for maybe a discount of some kind. Okay. So going back down here to these questions. Would I say that under the current market, us TTRPG devs should rely on alternative product structures? Okay, so are we talking PDFs? Like, what product structures are we talking about here? You have to be aware of what resources you have available, including communities. Okay. Don't forget that any community you're a part of is a resource that is open to you, because that is a resource that has people that are in that community. Yeah. Wait. No. axiom. There is a printer is not going to just print a few copies. They do a print run. If you're talking to a printer, sorry, one sec. If you're talking to a printer, oh, wait, maybe I am reactive a bit too much. I do like your content. I feel, though, a lot of TTRPG contributors are creating a division in the community when I'd hope it would be more unifying, OSR versus all. Well, I appreciate the introspection there. You know, it's, yeah, I appreciate that, because I kind of figured you had, like, left it, but yeah, I appreciate that. Being able to recognize that is mature. So I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. Mixum. Mixum does do print on demand, but you're talking about like way more expensive books for doing that. So here's the quotes that I got real quick. I'm gonna be just honest with y'all. Like, here's the full transparency on what I got on Vagabond. Okay, so if you get to the position that I'm in right now, where I have a game, here's how it works. You're gonna get a quote. Okay. Okay, total. So these were the numbers I asked for. I can't show you guys the actual quote itself because I think that would violate the terms of the contract. 25,000 I had in place with these guys. This came out to, it was like around 420 per book. Okay. Total would be about $4,200. This is not talking about anything with shipping or anything like that quite just yet. This was about $3 per book. There we go. I think it was like $3.16 or something. At this rate, this is why we really prefer to get bigger, bulkier orders. Right the fuck here. Okay, let me just do this over here real quick. 316 times A. Okay. Now 5,000. Around that range, we were getting into the $2.50 range. And it's like 250, something like that. So 250 times 5,000. Okay. You see how you actually start, like, these, you see how much cheaper these get whenever you do bigger, bulkier orders? It's quite nice. Okay. Here we start getting a bit less of the deal, right? It was like around that price range. These are not exact, just full preference there. You're always going to get different quotes from different printers, so don't take this as gospel. Okay, just saying. 21,600. Now I want to let you all know what was this for, what was this doing. A lot of this that went into me getting this price point here. Yeah, this was actually around $2 per book. You will never zero this out, by the way. Yeah, there's always enough of a margin right there where they will. There we go, times $2. Okay. Yeah, I could have just done that in my head, I guess. Okay. All right, so this is like the price structure that I was looking at, right? So I want to let you guys know something. This looks like it's actually pretty reasonable for Taron to make a book if all Taron has to pay for this is like $20,000. what do you mean, Taron? Like, you don't have to have this big, crazy $1 million Kickstarter, do whatever. This is a part of why I get really, really, really disillusioned by a lot of the Kickstarter culture going on right now. There's a couple things involved with this, right? So I know that I am going with, one thing in particular that's helping me with this price point is that my book is a US trade print. Okay? That means I'm going with a 6 by 9 inch book. Okay? Right? I know, get all the jokes out, do all that. It's hardcover, hardback, whatever you want to say. Book ribbon, full color, custom end papers. Okay, this is what I was looking for. US trade print, hardback, book ribbon, book cover, custom end papers, Smithsonian, whatever you want to say. Okay, right? These are the specs right here. This is what I wanted to do. Wait, Mixum is more expensive than Chinese/European printers for sure, but they are zines, no hardcovers. They're like okay price range. If you're doing a big bulk order, yes. If you're doing print on demand, it's kind of outrageous. But I mean, print on demand is just not really feasible, right? Okay, so here's where like Excel would be better at doing this here. But basically, I knew I wanted to create a book that was not going to be crazy, fucking ridiculously expensive to get, right? Price. The price point I was looking at was $35. Okay. Now, anyway, loss doesn't help out here. Revenue per book. Okay, we want to look at the profit that we generate. So, $35 minus $4.20. Hey, what do you know? $30 per book? That's pretty good. 30? Ooh, 80? That's really good. Taron, it looks like you're making a lot of money off of this. That could be really, really good for you. Mi amigo, this is about to get really fucking expensive. 35 minus 316. 31.84. We got to talk about a couple other branches we have neglected to mention. Okay. One of the things that you have to think about whenever you are doing any kind of worldwide like publishing in a thing like this. Here we go, 32. 32.50. You have to remember that you gotta ship this shit out to worldwide people. Okay. Usually you're gonna handle that with a fulfillment partner that was somewhere over in like Europe or whatever. You still gotta put a pallet on a crate somewhere, and then you gotta pay for rent. You gotta pay for storage for this shit to sit in a warehouse somewhere. And if it sits in a warehouse for too long, you eventually just hit a point where your book is costing you money to sit somewhere in a warehouse, right? Eventually, if you don't do something about that, that warehouse is going to offload that and your book is going to wind up getting sold and you're not going to make any money off of it, right? This is why a lot of people do real quick flash sales because they want to get rid of that shit that they have sitting on a pallet somewhere because it's getting too expensive for them to store. Let me see here. 35 minus 216, 32. So you see how this is really starting to add up, right? Ooh, it's really nice if we can make these books at a cheaper price point. So we like getting bigger orders. This is, by the way, again, remember, this is the price point that I have for this book right here. These specs. Always keep that in mind, right? You gotta go, you'll catch up on later, Axiom. You've got to remember it's these specs right here. However, I do know, and this is the thing that really fucking bothers me. I have seen the quotes that bigger publishers or like big Kickstarters, whatever you want to say, I have seen what those types of books typically go for at a printer. And I have seen that there are a lot of these guys that are way overcharging for their fucking books. I'm just saying. I like to keep about I want to ideally try and keep it to where the revenue generated per book is roughly about 10 times what it cost me to make it. Because of a couple different reasons, okay? One of these being the logistics of it. if I have to worry about getting a mock-up sent to me, right, print one version of it, let me see it. If there's errors with that, I got a problem that I got to correct, right? Now we have time wasted. So whenever I do one of these mock-ups, typically it costs about $500 to get them to just make one book. One book. That mock-up is what sends it to you to make sure that everything looks all good, right? I have a hard time with Free League book prices, but you think about the art and how much it would cost if it was freelance, and I guess it works. Wait, Free League books? Free League book prices are fucking dirt cheap. What are you talking about? They're like, WotC books are like $70. Free League books are like around, what, maybe 40, 50? Wait, yeah, what's the Vason Core rulebook going for right now? Last year around Christmas it was going for like $30. Merkborg is $70 Canadian? No, here's Vason right now. It's on Amazon. I can't pull it up because I don't want it to pull up my location. But here, $40 on Amazon right now. $50 on Grimfrost. You know, $40 on eBay, right? If I look at Merkborg, well, I mean, yeah, that's also from an LG or like FLGS. That's on the FLGS that probably jacked up the price on you, mi amigo. Like, I'm sorry, but at some point LGSs they've got to price competitive. That's a whole different ball game. Look at this. Merkborg at Amazon, $33. $33. Yeah, not to mention how many bundles that Free League has on Humble Bundle. Yeah. See, $30. You can get the entire Free League library over on like Humble Bundle right now for $0. $0. Of course, they need to survive too. Here's my deal. If an FLGS is not pricing themselves competitively, and is not able to maintain like your desire for it to stay there, it doesn't. I don't know, man. Like, yeah. If they're just gouging you and they're trying to like say that you should support us because we're your FLGS, that's that FLGS that tried to sell you on a parasocial relationship, mi amigo. An FLGS has to provide me a service that I think is worthwhile for them to stick around, right? Price is set by the publisher. That is not how that works. Nope. Nope. Price is okay. MSRP. That is a recommended retail price. It is on that retailer to set their prices as they would like. The price is not set by the publisher. Yeah, Into the Odd is 33 great. Yeah. If your FLGS is telling you that the price is set by the publisher, who do you where? Come on now. That's not how it works. If it was all set by the publisher, these would all say that same price. You know. No, your FLGS, whoever is running that. No, I mean not the 70. What? If your FLGS is trying to sell you Merkborg, this book right here for $70, I would stop going to that LGS. I would stop. It is not your moral responsibility to make sure that some price gouger stays afloat. That is not the way that this industry is supposed to work. If somebody is ripping you off and saying like, hey, it's more ethically right to give me that. It died, the LGS. I would hope. Yeah, I would fucking hope at that price. Yeah, because what their customers are going to do. Look, there's a whole thing we know about retail. Okay? Click and order kills brick and mortar. Okay? Unless that LGS can provide a service to you that you think makes it worth it to go there, then they're gonna die, you know? And if LGSs are just gonna go the way of the dinosaur, I'm sorry to the people that are like really enthusiastic about those fucking, you know, BO smelling fucking nasty ass shops. They're gonna go the way of the dinosaur. You know, like if they're price gouging their customers, and now the thing is like they're all upset that they can't keep price gouging their customers, like, yeah, of course they're gonna die. Like, FLGSs that, I guess this is why we're losing the F on the FLGS. If these stores are not able to like price themselves in a way that attracts customers, they gotta fuck off, you know? Yeah, the only LGS near your school only sold D&D, Pathfinder, and Star Wars RPGs. Yeah, the one that's actually closest to me, this is super weird. This also tells me that like this LGS is really only interested in Magic the Gathering and Pokemon. They have a D&D section, like they have a TTRPG section, but the only TTRPGs that they're carrying right now are D&D, Pathfinder, Legend of the Five Rings, and the only book that they have for a different system. This is super weird. I don't know why this was the case. The only other book that they had for another system was Lost Mountain Saga for Vaesen. Which, like, why? Number one, why don't you have the core rulebook? Number two, why a third-party collaboration? And of all Free League's like lineup, why would you not have the core rulebook to Vaesen there? What? You know, like, this is, by the way, not a bad book. I actually like a lot of the adventures that are, or the mysteries that are in here. But I was just like, and it wasn't just like 1 or 2 copies of this. They had like 8 copies of this book. But like 0 core rulebook, right? So it just tells me that the person who runs the FLGS doesn't put any stock into TTRPG sales. You know? I think if there's like an issue with the distributors or what the hell ever is going on, then there needs to be a discussion had about that, you know? 70 Canadian dollars is also just $50 USD and possibly contain the 5% VAT, which isn't included in US pricing, but also while much more expensive, but not that much. I think if you go through some oh, hey, what up, Jack? There are certain distributors that make it to where, do you just always eat the VAT? Are they always passing that buck on to their customers? Because I thought that part of the reason you went with a distributor is to not have to deal with the VAT. Because, like, if they're going to be paying that tax, then, like, they pay that tax, not me. But, again, this is why I don't want to fucking, yeah. We're probably sold the book at 60%, so it probably, $25 plus shipping, and then that place had insane rent. But that's the thing, is, like, if their business model doesn't work anymore, like, this might sound rough, and some people are not going to like this, but, like, dude, if they're not doing a service to the people, they're not doing a fucking service to the people. I'm not gonna, like, keep paying for some, like, you know, 55-year-old fucking grognard to keep ripping off the neighborhood kids that want to play Pokemon. You know? Like, I don't give a fuck about Sweaty Joe over there. Like, that's his rent's not my fucking problem, you know? Like, it's not some big ethical thing where I'm like, yes, support the FLGS. No! If they're fucking grifting, then, like, they're fucking grifting. They were great for game days? Yeah, if they provide a service, right? Like, if they're providing a service that's like, yeah, we want to keep them around, we think that they're good for the community, maybe I don't mind, right? Maybe I don't mind the fact that, like, I'm going to spend a little bit more here to support this place. Or I start talking about them about, like, what can we do? What can we do to help you improve? Still better than your Barnes & Noble, which you believe only sells D&D and 1 Pathfinder rulebook? Yeah, Barnes & Noble is getting better. No. You have 70% tax where you live, so yeah, 14% tax where you live, so yeah, the 70 is not that insane. $70 for a TTRPG rule. You know the bare bones is available online for free, right? And I cannot imagine that D&D would be any better than that, because they're going to still adhere to the same rules that Free League does. So coming at Free League with that energy feels really odd too. FLGS, you know how you always get a cut on the book. You know how you only get a cut on the book if it sells, but board games are sold in full to the store, which then has to flip them. Wonder if I can sell my TTRPG like a board game, and it comes in a box with the map, dice, etc. You have to talk to a distributor first. Okay, that's you have to You have to get into a catalog to get into retail. That's the whole big thing there. Which kind of goes into aha. Okay. Some companies are trying to help out with this. Another thing, the win without pitching manifesto. Check out the win without pitching manifesto for more on gaining sales without giving away your product. Okay, yes, so way too many TTRPG people are really bad about doing this. You give away your product so much to the point where nobody respects it, okay? Here's a little anecdote here. Whenever I was really trying to do a lot of jazz gigs in like 2015, 2014-ish, I had a trio that was set up. It was me, two fucking world-class musicians that are out there touring right now. And I'm just not really about that life, honestly. I don't even know that I could or could not make it. But I'm just saying, I'm not really about doing tours. But I had a really great group. We had a lot of fun playing. We brought people out. Everything was fantastic. Okay. Here's the weird thing about this. So at the time, I was charging, what was it? It was like $50 per person. Yeah, 50 per musician. Yeah, for the gig. For a total, without hourly scaling. Okay, so we go out there, we play for like 3 hours, we each get $50. Some of y'all might not think that that sounds bad. That fucking sucks. That jazz music, if you're going out there, maybe getting tips or doing whatever, this is not good. This is actually pretty fucking bad. At the time, I was charging $50 a musician for a gig without hourly scaling. I was getting 2 to 3 calls a month. Okay? That's it. 2 to 3 calls a month. In 2015, or wait, no, this was 2016. I changed the rate to $50 a musician per hour for the gig. I got 7 to 8 calls a month. Okay, so we have a little interesting thing that happened here. Ooh, this goes really counterintuitive to what a lot of people would be thinking. I think I'm getting a really good deal up here with these musicians. I think I would want to pay that, right? Well, it turns out the people that actually have money really like spending that money, it turns out. So, whenever I change my rate to actually charging for professional musician rates, guess what? People start treating you like a professional. And they recognize that you value yourself as well. And so they start to think, wow, this guy is probably really worth me paying this. And I'll at least pay it once. And if they're worth it, we'll pay them that again. This person right here, the person who's going to take this, is going to charge, they're going to pay you the once, and then they're not going to call you again. Okay? This person, if the music thing even barely looks like it was a hit on their night, they're not going to call you again. This person cannot afford to pay for musicians, but they're going to because they think that's what I'm supposed to do, right? Instead, I like this customer over here. Not only because they're making me more money, but I know that number one, they're going to have that fucking money, right? They're going to have the money to do that. They're also going to be happy to pay that if I can reward them as well for that service. If they like what I bring in, they're going to continue to hire me on. It's the way it fucking works, right? I tell you right now, a happy but broke customer, this is going to sound a little bit rough, okay? A happy but broke customer is never as enthusiastic as a happy and financially stable customer. Oh, buddy. You want to know something really, really crazy right here?
A happy customer that doesn't have the money and they got the thing for free is not going to be as enthusiastic as the guy who did spend the money on the thing and is happy with it. Okay? People are happier getting a good return for their money than they are getting good content for free. Fucking wow, is this ever yeah. Alright. This is one of the biggest lessons you can learn right here as a content creator. People are happier getting a good return for their money than they are getting good content for free. I could give you the same content right here for free, and you will be less happy about it than if you had gotten that content that you like, that you really like, by spending $5 to $10 on it. You might be saying, Taron, that's not right. That's not like, what? No, this is the way it works. Okay? If you can figure out the price point that people are willing to pay and still be happy buying the thing that you made, that is the entire ethos of pricing in the market. Okay? If you don't believe me, you should go pick up a game called Moonlighter. Okay? Let me see here. Oh, God, this is a really good game, too. Okay, Moonlighter. This is a game wherein you are a merchant in a shop who is going through a dungeon and finding, like, relics and shit to go take back and sell in your shop. It's like this magic, ever-regenerating dungeon. This is such a fucking fun, cool, lighthearted, awesome game. But one of the core aspects of it is you doing the sales in your shop, right? People are infinitely happier. It's really fun how this game got to... Wait, how do I think this applies to TTRPGs? We're literally talking about selling it. Yeah. Wait, can first-time ENnies just sell, or should the rules be freely available a la Morkborg? You can do... Whenever I save the freebies, like, Morkborg has a quick start. I do a quick start for Vagabond, right? It's on Game Pass? Oh, hell yeah. This is an easy, addictive, fucking super fun game, by the way. So one of the things that they emphasize in Moonlighter is the struggle between... Where's the shop?
Every hero has a goal.
Let's get to
living.
Okay, so you set the prices for the items over here. And ideally what you're trying to do, there are people who, like, if they come up and they just see that, like, you're giving something out for free, yeah, they're going to be like, oh shit, that's awesome. But, like, whenever they get closer to, like, what is the ideal price point, right? You get people that come back more often, and you get people who are, what seems to be, like, they're always willing to pay that. Right? You have it on Switch, never opened? It's so fucking good. Dude, this game is so goddamn good. I really love Moonlighter. You recently beat the last boss. It's a good time. You highly... Yeah. This is a really good one. So, your customers, whenever they're coming in, right? If you haven't done a whole lot of business, especially, you may be thinking, it's a really good idea for me to price my thing for free to get my name out there and to get exposure. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay? Don't do it. Because people won't respect you. Okay? Customers, this is it's a little bit of a push and pull that we play all the time. Okay? Customers that aren't paying for the thing don't often appreciate it. Okay? Customers that... You need to be able to... Wait, your DTRPG says the contrary, though? People flock to that free shit? They might download it, but they aren't playing it. Like, that's the truth. They might go and download it, but it sits there and they don't actually play it. Yeah. So, I have I have tons, and I mean tons of times. I have put my stuff up for free for a limited time, right? I did it again this year. Put my content up for free. I want you all to guess how many reviews came back about that. How many people went over and checked out my Patreon after compared to how many downloads happened, right? Word got out. I spread this. Yes, I'm doing all of my stuff for free. We're going to see what all goes on. I'm not happy with the way that the TTRPG industry is going in terms of like stuff getting more expensive. So I set my stuff to free. How many downloads do you all think happened? And then I want to hear how many times you think people even went over and left a fucking review during that time. Not giving me money, right? Not giving me money, just telling me like what they even thought. Positive or negative. What do you guys think? Let's start this off. How many downloads do you think happened? 1 in 10? Interesting. How many downloads do we think happened in that time? I had it up, and I had everything that I made up for free for a month. I put my balls on the table, okay? We got 1 in 10. Actually, I should double check. What do we have in here? Yeah, we got 25 out of y'all. Come on, get loud. What are we? How many people? Like, what do we think? Surely there's not 27 of you all that are just sitting there like, gosh, I don't know. I'm sitting here in front of a keyboard and I can't type a couple numbers. What do we got? You can say thousands of downloads. Okay. How many people do you think downloaded the products that I had up for free? And then how many people do you think came back and even gave me a review or a rating on any of the projects? Any of them. Because I don't really think people really understand how fucking frugal and thankless this is. Less than 100, probably none. You'd say thousands of downloads. Okay. So, during all that time, I had over 12,000 downloads of not all of my classes, but combined. Yeah, it turned out to over 12,000 downloads. I got 2 reviews. And they were ratings. They weren't reviews. People didn't write shit. They went and clicked. So, this is a culture problem, you know. You may have been off, yeah. How many consumers actually play what they buy? That's another interesting question. I would say, based off the amount of money raised by things like the Ill Rigger or Strongholds and Followers, I'd say there's a lot of people that have plenty of dust collectors that are sitting on their shelves. Right? Your tone gave me the impression that downloads were low. Oh no, people got it. People took it. People have it. They don't care to really say anything about it. You know? They'll go and they'll get a free thing. And then I've seen this fucking happen too. This drives me crazy. I offer my stuff up for free. And those fuckers will still take it and go and upload it to the Trove. Like, at least let me see the number of people who have the thing. Or like, I'll offer it up. I do crazy discounts. But what they do is they gate people out of finding out more about me, right? I mean, I guess you could say that the fact that it's available on a piracy site or whatever is like, yeah, well, there's no guarantee that... shut the fuck up. Let me have control over the way that my shit's distributed. God damn it. I swear, so many of the motherfuckers that are like so pro-piracy, and yet they're anti-AI art, cannot understand how the two don't... Oh my god. You've heard stuff like obscure being mostly unplayable, beautiful. People just don't really follow the hype, and it's yeah, yep. So this is a problem. This is a big problem. Yeah, to a lot of people that supported the Trove, by the way, it is like, look, the Trove I have heard so many people that are like, well, here's a reason for this, this, and this. I couldn't otherwise access it in my country. It does more damage than it does good. Ultimately, we have to look at the overall good that these things do. And the fact that we do make them available for other people, and yet the motherfuckers on the Trove want to use it as a library, and not get the permission of the creators to put it on there, and that people have used the Trove to dox creators over there. Yeah, no, fuck the Trove. No, that is people trying to do Wild West internet bullshit. Nope, I am not a fan of the fucking Trove. The thing that... There we go. I don't know why I wanted to clean this so bad right now. We have a customer base that is not really well informed. They're not told how to be critical of these things. They're mostly used to just getting something because they're told this will fix that game you really like. That is the entirety of this industry right now. And it's fucking wild that that the most popular thing on the market right now is the thing that everybody is trying to sell you something to fix. It's wild. I don't know of any industry that's like this. Yeah, you know, we really like driving the Ford F-150. So Toyota's over here making a goddamn whatever to improve the muffler. Like, what? No other industry operates like this. It's fucking crazy. Board games should be totally looked at as a comparison. A lot of people buy, nobody plays. I'm not sure that's great. Which is also weird to me. I actually think lots of people do play board games they buy. I mean, I don't know. I mean, at least I do. Like, whenever I buy them, I know that we get it out of the box within the first week and for sure get it. I do have a lot of board games that we haven't played in a while. A lot of the stuff I have, though, is for, like... I do have stuff for, like, my niece and nephew that they're not quite old enough yet. But I did get because I think they're going to have a shitload of fun with. And they're only, like, a year away from that. Piracy has kind of been a constant nerd hobbies. Yeah, I get it. But still, like... I still think it's a problem. Like... I mean, there's so many times that, like... Yeah. Plus, 9 times out of 10, whenever I see, like, somebody is especially enthusiastic about piracy, they tend to have a whole lot of other really bizarre viewpoints. Yeah. Like, but not just somebody who, like, encourages piracy. I'm talking about somebody who is, like, major into piracy. Like, and not, like, I download Adobe software. No, it's, like, somebody who goes and makes it their whole ass personality. Boy, there's some bonkers shit that we've had to deal with, some of that in this scene. By the way, I love how a lot of these, like, piracy dudes are, like, so against, like, oh yeah, TTRPGs are too expensive, fuck the man. But then they go and they work their own little fucking schemes and scams. That one motherfucker, Brandon Peck, who, like, ran the whole, like, what was it, that he tried to pirate a bunch of DM's Guild shit and, like, promote it through his YouTube channel. Was, like, also trying to say that he set up... Oh, no, wait. So that same guy that did that, by the way, set up an account trying to look like he was the open D&D movement and was accepting donations through fucking PayPal. Can you believe that shit? He went through... After everything, he had been outed as somebody who was stealing from third-party people. He went through and took all of the branding for the open D&D movement, set up a PayPal, and, like, tried to act like he was taking donations to operate the website. How fucking piece of shit can you be? How absolutely fucking piece of shit. Like, there is no end to this stupid-ass grifter's attempts at ruining this scene. Yeah, actual fucking parasite behavior. Yeah. What's funny now is he's mostly been relegated to just becoming a lolcow over on, like, a bunch of the, like, right-wing grifter types over on YouTube. So like they just see him in their chat and they're calling him slurs and shit, and like that apparently he's fine over there bootlicking like that. So like whatever. But yeah, like dude, that was actual degenerate parasite behavior. He's talking about suing like Wizards of the Coast and like Google and all the, oh my god, actual crazy fucking schizo behavior. Oh my god. Oh yeah, that was a weird ass saga in the TTRPG architecture. Oh god, okay. Do I have any thoughts on how TTRPGs can get traction in the future? You need to be aware of itch.io. Just keep finding resources. And honestly, please understand. I'm the only person who's gonna fucking tell you this straight up. Okay, please understand to keep your hopes measured. Okay, your expectations. Okay. Please understand, you need to keep your expectations measured. This is for you and the amount of success that you will have in this scene. You need to make sure that you don't think that everything you do is going to blow the fuck up, like being a ShadowDark, right? You need to understand that, like, most likely, if you are not a known publisher, if you don't have accolades, credits to your name, something like that, you're not gonna have a runaway success. I've seen people that get into this hobby realize that this climb is a lot bigger and a lot more daunting than what they're thinking. I've been working on this for like 5-6 years right now. I'm still at the point where like I'm doing the fucking climb, right? Like, this takes a while, okay? Even me, I don't think I have made it. I haven't made it, okay? So, you need to keep your expectations measured. You will likely lose money on this venture for over 2 years while you are building up your name. Okay? This takes time. It requires consistency. Stop. Okay. This is to everybody who feels like they know everything that could ever fix D&D or what the hell ever. Stop trying to build a D&D off the bat. Holy shit. If you are an aspiring game designer, and I have gotten this a couple times, and I have told people, if you all think, by the way, like if I take like sponsorship money from somebody, if you think that like I'm just going to take the sponsorship to talk about your thing and market it, that's not what I'm going to do. To me, I know that I know that the money that people have, especially as indie creators, is precious. If you come to me as an indie creator and you are telling me you will pay me $1,000 to make a video about your indie TTRPG, I'm going to turn you away because that's not what you need to be doing right now. I take sponsorships from people who have a proven track record of creating content because I know that these people have income that is generated through the thing that they're making. If what you do is throw a Hail Mary at a creator and try to throw $4,000 their way in order to, get them to talk about your thing, that is the worst thing you can be doing with your money. Don't do that. Please, please, don't do that. It is not going to guarantee you success. That's not how this works. I see so many people that keep throwing away so much money. please use that for your overhead. Build it up into something that you like to do. You're going to have a lot of logistic arms you need to take care of. And part of this has got to be, you've got to be able to climb well. You will need, you'll need to get comfortable with basics for layout. Here's a truism right here, okay? The basics for layout, sure. I'm going to give you a truism right here. If you sell people a Word document, they're going to get mad. Like, if you sell people a Word document, they're not going to be happy with it. If I were to, like, make this in Google Docs and try to charge you for it, people will be upset. At least put the work in for understanding some very basics of layout. Okay? Especially, by the way, if I sell you something in Google Doc, it's a Google Doc in Arial, and there's no thought for headers, there's no thought for anything else. No, don't do it. Fucking, there's so many people. I keep getting these messages where they're like, I had this idea for a system. I think it's better than D&D. And I'm like, why? Like, okay, you can say that, but like you and 500 other motherfuckers that just contacted me in the last week. Right? Like, guys, we all have this game that we want to make ourselves and do whatever ourselves. We all get inspired to do these things. That doesn't mean that the first thing that you should fucking do is try to build a game right off the bat. Look at other systems that are easy to brew for. You know, start out with like ShadowDark. Start out with Merkborg. Start out small, right? Build up a following in there. Like, if you're good with it, you're good with it, right? Like, you know, have humility about it. There was like, yeah, have humility with it. Okay. Go into it like, I want to do this as a learning opportunity. Okay, I want to make stuff. I want to put myself out there and learn from other people. This was part of what we were doing with the Dungeon Jam. You know, other people were sharing their ideas, giving critiques. Everything was cool, fucking positive. Everything was great, right? I tried over here on stream to show people like what I mean by constructive criticism. And like, people got better because of it. You know? We had some shit that got like pretty goddamn cool out of that Dungeon Jam. And it's because people, like, yeah. Especially if you're not familiar with working in a creative field. Boy, I'm going to tell you right now, if you're not used to working in any field that has learned you how to take criticism with grace, especially don't fucking do this right here. You are setting yourself up to become an angry motherfucker if you decide to do that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Bingo bango, Akita. Hey, how's it going? Okay. I was going to talk a little bit about ShadowDark, but I've also been on here for a minute, and I'd like to kind of get off and walk around for a second. Give me another question. Let me see what I can do. What can I talk now? Because we're looking forward to like 2024, 2025. What do we have that we're looking forward to up until the next Gen Con? Stormlight, yada yada yada. But like, what are the questions kind of happening that you guys are like looking at? Like, okay, I want to make something. How do I make that thing and make it cool? Like, gimme. You're curious to know how the indie publishing industry is changing. Everyone's going rules light. In terms of like what's happening with D&D and third party, that's going to always be on a case-by-case basis. You know, I don't speak on behalf of everybody or anything like that. I will say interactive PDFs are probably going to be more of a focus. PDFs that can provide some value and a experience to the GM, rather than just here's the information, go for it, right? I don't know. I think if this D&D 2024 thing really and truly flops, woof. Did I mention what companies were trying to help out where? I cannot say. I can't say. No. I can't say who because they usually reach out to contact you. And the one who reached out and contacted me about distributing Vagabond and getting that into retail asked that I do not bring up their name. They would also like to remain anonymous. But I will say it was... I will say that the company involved with it that reached out about it is in basically every FLGS. What are my feelings on the growth of Carved from Brindlewood RPGs? That we're leaning very much toward it with Cryptic Creeks. The growth of Carved from Brindlewood RPGs? I'm not familiar. Yeah, I know about Brindlewood Bay. I don't know. I'm not very, very familiar. Yeah, I guess I'm not familiar with the system. Like, I mean, Brindlewood is one that I don't have really any experience with. So Public Access is using the Brindlewood system. I do own that one. Okay. So I own it. I haven't taken a look at it. Let's learn the system real quick. And since it looks like it's like liminal space shit, cool. Okay. All right, 36 pages? Hell yeah, we can do this real quick. All right, public access. Jackson Cordova, Megan Caldwell. Okay, one of the other things. I'll show you guys how we can learn a system super quick if you want to start like looking at more and more TTRPGs. I think you might just be reading them wrong. So let's get to looking at this. Introduction. The setting. The game takes place in and around the fictional town of Deep Lake, Tioga County, New Mexico. Deep Lake and surrounding Tioga County are in a remote part of the state. The town has fewer than 5,000 residents. But okay, so we have very Monster of the Week kind of vibe. Vacationers. Okay. Player characters are a group of people who met in a shared internet forum and bonded over their internet history, or their shared history. They each spent part of their childhood in the 1980s and early 1990s. Deep Lake. They were each latchkey kids, and they are fascinated by the TV Odyssey. They didn't know each other, and they lived in Deep Lake, but now they found each other now, and under their nickname. Okay, so it's a very focused experience. They each suffered a terrible trauma in their childhood, sharing and exploring these traumas. Okay, a little bit of dramaturgy there. Just before the game starts, the latchkeys decide to meet in person. They rented a house in Redneck. Okay. Okay, so it's a mystery style thing. Okay, public access TV, 94, reaching the TV. Okay, anyone living in the county could reserve studio time to create TV programs, and then those put on Channel 94. There's very little oversight, and the station aired a number of strange low-budget productions, including Happy Jack and the Lumberjack and Friends. Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna hop off here in a minute. But, all right, love you. Bye. Slam, Gastronomica, and Daily Affirmations, and David Tilbert. Station physically disappeared in 1992, and the building simply wasn't there one day. And after a short investigation, the official story was that it burned to the ground, even though there was no physical evidence to support that explanation. To this day, no one in Deep Lake will willingly talk about TV Odyssey or any of its programming. Imagine trying to explain forums and dial-up to young people nowadays. Forums are still around, you know? Yeah, that dial-up sound though, Jesus Christ. Hey, look, the internet got infinitely better once we got rid of the AOL dial-up sound, okay? Just saying. And I don't know why they thought like that was an appeal to it. Like, oh yeah, hang on. For real, why is this tone the thing that people are like, yeah, that's that dial-up nostalgia. Let me hear this. AOL dial-up noise. Yeah, the dial-up sound. Okay. Y'all tell me, how is this nostalgic? What? Why? Why that? Well, and why would it play? Why was that intentionally playing through your fucking computer? Why do that? Why this horror story? Yeah, guys, is yeah. Like, I don't know why it did this. Look, yeah, get off the internet. I need to use the phone. Never thought this sound would make me smile. Yeah, right. Oh god, this thing is obnoxious. That's funny. Okay. Here, we'll turn that down. Getting back into this. So the only physical evidence that remains in TV Odyssey are the so-called Odyssey tapes, VHS recordings of some shows. Okay, Odyssey tapes are recognizable in the distinctive purple clamshells. The paper inserts, of which depict the glow pyramids and Torii gates. These tapes are extremely rare, but of a great value to collectors of the odd. But the latchkeys have managed to get their hands on one by the time the game starts. Okay, so it is a very cool cover. On the surface, this game is about a group of people who engage in a fairly lighthearted and nostalgic investigation of mysteries. It's very dark as you progress through it. Cosmic horror, graphic violence, ritual sacrifice, and other unsavory things come up quite frequently. Additionally, this game occasionally touches on other sensitive subject matters such as sexism, sexual desire, childhood trauma, consumer culture, and other topics. You may decide that this is not for you. Just put in, I would say that for a lot of these, you can just put in like trauma exploration, like, themes of trauma may come up, but like that could also be true of like literally any story. It's so hard to write like a content warning that is retroactive, or that could be potentially retroactive for anything that someone could do for a game. Like it's always so rough. You decide it's not for you. That's okay. There are other excellent mystery horror games that are there for you to read and play. We recommend Cthulhu Dark. Hey, do this. Okay. Hey, for those of you who are like writing indie TTRPGs and like you're starting to say like, I don't want to bring up another TTRPG, you look so much cooler whenever you just say like, my game might not be for you, but if you like these themes instead, here's these. Like, god damn it, just give them a little like, hey, you know what, here you go. Doesn't have the solution to the mystery they present. Instead, players theorize about an answer based on the clues they've collected. It's kind of unique. Yeah, very aesthetic. Yeah. Okay, so all right, here's us learning a system real quick. Ready, and let's go. So gameplay in public access is mostly a conversation. One participant, the keeper, says how the world behaves. Okay, so we know it's a TTRPG. They frame scenes and present challenges to the other participants. The players who are responsible for saying how their character, a deep like latchkey, reacts. This is all largely done via a back and forth conversation between the keeper and the players. The narrative authority, who gets to say what, changes from time to time, but it's always within the confines of the conversation. The conversation ends when a player describes their latchkey doing something that triggers a move. At that point, you read the text that triggered the move, okay? Do what it says, usually rolling dice and interpreting the results, and then narrate that part of the story as needed. Once the move is resolved, you return to the conversation. It won't always be as clean as when you sit down to play. The keeper may prefer to shift the spotlight to other characters in the middle of resolving a move, or returning later when it's dramatically interesting, but that is generally how the game should go. Okay, playing a TTRPG. Abilities, the latchkey kids distributed are die rolls. The game each with a modifier between -3 to 3. Vitality, composure, reason, presence, and sensitivity. Okay. To get these, okay, in most cases, when you roll dice, it's because the move instructs you to do so. You roll 2 6-sided dice. Okay. 2d6 system. There we go. Right? 2d6 system. Sum them. Okay, so we add them together. And then add the modifier from the relevant ability. So if I had a 3 to reason. Okay, so there's 6 plus 3, so 9. Right? Got it. If a move refers to a hit, it means a result of 7 plus. If a move refers to a miss, it means a result of 6 minus. Moves also frequently have a success of tiers, a miss. Okay. Yes, so this is binary success. 7 plus. That's a success. Cool. Thank you. I love binary success, by the way. I know some people get really into the gradients of it all. I just think that that is way more flowery than what most people are going to run. Most people. You have an infinite variety of solutions. Advantage and disadvantage. When you get an advantage, you roll 3 dice, you keep the 2 highest and sum them. Hey, what do you know? And then whenever you have disadvantage, you remove 1. Oh, keep the 2 lowest. Okay, so like 3 and 4, 7 right there. It's still good. I wonder what that actually does to impact the chance there. It's easy. I mean, who really cares? Oh, that's all 1s. Okay, so keep the 2 highest. 8's cool. 2 highest. 9. Okay. That still feels really generous, but hey, it's here. And it all works. Honestly, it's the fact that it makes sense is really all that we need to know. Yeah. So we know, basically we already know how to play it, right? 2d6 system. It's crazy how fucking quick this can be. All right. We know the resolution mechanic, right? We know how advantage and disadvantage works. The keys. So the keeper will be very hard on latch keys when describing adversity because players have a powerful tool that allows them to resist turning a key. After a die roll and after an outcome has been narrated, the player can choose to turn a key and increase their die result by 1 success tier. So a miss becomes a 7 to 9, and a 7 to 9 becomes a 10. Okay. In that case, we narrate a different result, and what was previously narrated does not occur. You may be asking yourself, why does the keeper fully narrate a result? Answer, because it's fun. The key lets us glimpse timelines. Yeah, it makes sense for something like this, like a deja vu kind of flash, whatever. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, we're fine with that. Basic moves, latchkey moves, and custom moves. This chapter focuses on the 5 basic moves: the day move, the night move, the meddling move, the nostalgic move, and the answer a question. Go on. We'll be back. Go on. No, you're gonna get yourself stuck. The day move. When you want to do something risky or face something you fear, name what you're afraid will happen if you fail or lose your nerve. Then roll with an appropriate ability. Interesting. Okay, so it's like, yeah, there's a, okay, so it's putting the agency of what bad thing would happen into the player's hands, not the game master. Interesting. So you're not narrating your success, you're narrating your failure. And then if failure doesn't occur, it's the keeper is narrating your success, I guess. We'll tell you some extra benefit. Yeah. Okay. I'll tell you right now, I already like this more than Powered by the Apocalypse. Yeah, I think this is doing more interesting things than PBTA. Like, I mean, I don't know how it maths out as far as the, like, what the exact odds are on the resolution mechanic. It may be a little bit generous, maybe a little too generous, but, like, I kind of dig this. When you do something risky or face something you fear, name what you're afraid will happen if you fail or lose your nerve. Okay, so use when they take risky actions at night. When they encounter something scary or unnerving during the day, the keeper gets a final say which ability is used for the role. Right. This is the Brindlewood Bay system? Intimate moment with another latchkey while when he was waxing nostalgic about something and takes you back. Okay. Clear an appropriate condition. If you're not a latchkey waxing nostalgic, you stumble on a clue relevant to the active mystery. Tell the keeper what it is. The clue cannot. Yeah, this is all mystery machine. Yeah. That. Oh, that's funny. Happy Jack the Lumberjack. You know, thank you for having me check this out, actually. I don't think I need to know a whole lot else, because I think I already kind of got the vibe. The traits that cause you to make rolls at a disadvantage. Yeah, okay, so conditions, if it falls to be hinder your latchkey using an action, you can have up to 3 conditions. You take a 4th condition, you instead turn one of your 4 keys. Conditions are removed as a result of your moves, and when the keeper instructs you to do so. Okay. So, your corner of the house. Huh. Yeah, this is intriguing. Yeah, I'd like to actually check this out sometime. Click rewards as a threat resolve. Answer Dawn questions. Mark a new elected Dawn question. So is it trying to get the game to run itself for you as much as it can? Because, like, there's a cycle to it now, right? Like, because a lot of this other stuff feels very DM facing. Yeah, investigate supernatural. Okay. Yeah, so just like at a glance, I guess knowing how it works. So we know 2d6 system. I mean, it's a mystery game, and the ethos it's trying to get you as a player is whenever you're narrating, don't think about like what you want to do. Think about like the bad things that would happen as a result of this not going your way, right? So like you kind of get the game, or you kind of get the player feeling like the failure is a bit more fair because they have a chance to like say that this is what would happen, right? Yeah, okay. Oh, okay. I think with that, I'm gonna pop off here. I basically woke up and started streaming. Now Everybody's sending you all over too. Go say hey, be good peeps. Be nice. Who's streaming right now? Green Ronin? That's funny. Okay. Yeah, sure. Green Ronin. Why not? That's funny. All right, everybody. Have a good night. Have a good day. Whatever it was. Yeah. Oh, later, Hatchlings. Yeah, thanks for bringing this to my attention. I will chat with y'all very, very soon. Have a good one. Go check out ShadowDark and Eat the Reich and all these craziness happening at Gen Con. Yeah. Anyways, everybody, have a good night. Talk to you all very, very soon.